Hello everyone, and welcome to this humble little celebratory stream. The cause, of course, being that I finally made affiliate. So, in a way, to give thanks, I decided to put out a little bit more content and try something I've never tried before, which is to sit down, made a whole model, start to finish, in a single stream. Now, while this is absolutely possible and, well, fairly easy to be honest, me, with my extremely slow painting, it's going to be a hell of a challenge, so might as well try it. Doing this on Saturday, so I've got plenty of time to spare. I have no idea how long this will take, so if you're planning on sticking around, get yourself a cup of tea or coffee, whatever beverage it is that you prefer. Sit yourself down in a comfortable position, and we'll see how this goes. We will see how it goes. Apart from that, it's just the usual stuff. Nothing mind-numbingly new, different, or crucial. I have submitted an emote switch for approval. I did it as soon as I saw the notification for affiliacy, but it has been already a few days waiting to get approval. I only submitted the one because I wanted to see how it'll go, how it'll look, so I can take into consideration for future emotes. Got a few other ideas, but we'll have to stay and see how the first try will come across. So, about that. Plain and simple. I did put some time in and made a Discord server, which I will share with you right away. Hello, Agent. What's up? How's it going? At this point, the Discord is just going to be more of a dumping ground for photos in case you don't like posting or sharing your Instagram stuff, and also for the occasional voice chat. Oh shit, like, has something happened, or is it just like the usual? What? It doesn't? Yeah, it wouldn't, would it? Okay, let me fix that real quick. I thought that might happen, so let's try and do it again. Yo, Snake, what's up, man? So glad you could make it. Alright, so let me try and fix this little command real quick. That's interesting. Should display the whole thing. Yeah. So this is the invite until I can. Weird, because it is the same in the damn. Um, well, had to be something, you know. Yeah, I know. That was the hidden idea. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. I guess it just there is a generic command hidden somewhere. Anyway, feel free to hop along. Good job. I mean, it was literally 3 clicks, and I managed to screw up 2 of them. So, you know. And it is currently bone dry. But we'll see how it goes. How's it going, Snick? What's up? And Agent, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to ruffle up a bad mood. I'm just gonna gloss over it. I'm gonna see if my ultra slow painting can manage to go through a whole model today. Let's take a quick look at what that actually is. I think. So this is Badger from Infamy models, Infamy miniatures. I think I'm gonna use him as Mighty Zug for Blood Bowl. If I start, yeah, I'm just taking my time because this is gonna be quite a long one, and I don't wanna overdo it from the start. Pretty much the only extra thing I did on him was he does indeed. He does indeed. I just put a little Blood Bowl on the base. Make him a little bit more Blood Bowl-y, and that's about it. Colors wise, since he will most likely be playing for the Bretonian team, I'm gonna try and interpret their would-be color scheme in him somehow. Because the only article and piece of clothing he has are the pants. So, thanks, man. It's actually just the sculpt. Because it has his toes pointing a little bit upward. It went very smoothly and on the base. And I also wanted to raise him a little bit higher so it looks a little bit taller than the other models to signify he's a star player with a higher strength value and whatnot. Yeah, we'll be working on him. A quick little update on this guy. He's kissing the guns. Yep. This is where we are at with the other dude. He is nearly there. Just a little bit extra stuff to do to him. I need to treat the metallics a little bit more, dry on the base and wash, and do some panel lining, and he'll be done, but I won't be doing that on stream anymore. Because that's just finishing things up, and I don't want to spend too many streams doing the same model. What's this? The guns. Yeah, alright. Good one. Good one. What, on stream? Yeah, but let me pause the music so we can see it with sound on. Actually, I'm gonna play it with the sound off because gonna blow the speakers out. Probably drop the guns and then just, yeah, the end. So next time, meaning on Monday, we'll be starting off on Blue Dude. I'm gonna try and see what I can do with him. I think that's about that in terms of any updates. I haven't yet decided quite what to do with the channel points that you will be accumulating. I have them turned on. Currently it's the usual, like unlock random emotes and choose emote to unlock, but still there really aren't any. Oh, I can show you the design for the emote that I submitted. And yeah, highlighting messages and stuff. See if that works. It does. It is highlighted. Yeah, check on the stream. It doesn't come across. It is highlighted in the actual chat. It doesn't come through on the chat box. Yeah, no. It is, however, in the actual chat of the stream, so it's okay. I'll see if I can fix that, but I think since the link comes through Streamlabs, it might be a bit jitty. Right, so yeah. This is what I submitted as a emote. We'll see if we get it approved. Probably will. Thinking the theme for most emotes will be just some sort of word. Ah, sorry, Snick. No. 4,200, wow. Well, that's something. Alright, okay. So, where do we start with this guy? I think we're just gonna start off with the flesh, really. The way it's meant to be. So, to that end, do some shadow flash. Pugman's globe. Hmm. No, the arm is extra, and naturally I should have kept it as a sub-assembly, but as usual, yeah, I paint blocked myself, of course I did. What I do here, I show you how not to do things. Opening these paints always gets me. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So okay, there is a niche for it, I guess. So I have a feeling that. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think I have some still ready to go because I think I might use this up. So I'm good to go. But yeah, pretty good to do that ahead of time. That might be a bit too bright of a color, but yes. I guess we'll see. And if it is, I'll just have to add the shadows later on manually. But might not be the best, but it's how it's gonna happen. Again, doing stuff in the wrong order and in the wrong way. But that's just how I roll. Apparently. Oh yeah, I forgot. Let's actually give Snick a shout out. He is a awesome painter from Greece, as he likes to say, in the neighborhood. Amazing painter. Do check him out. Do check out his Insta as well. Had a lovely chat yesterday. He had a stream, a drinking stream, and we hung out, painted, drank. It was awesome. Very chill streams. Very, very fun. $5 worth, yep. As usual, let me know if I am completely off focus or off frame. Oh yeah, this is insanely bright. Oh well. We'll deal with it later. I think it's about time. So, Flash will be just normal pale Caucasian flesh. Probably gonna go with gray hair or something along those lines. Well, yeah, absolutely. And the pants will be in the color scheme of the Bretonians, so they're going to be green, and I'm going to have to think of a way to incorporate a yellow pattern in them. And I look through, and there really isn't anything I can use on the actual sculpt. So I will have to give that a little bit of a thinky think. Where to put it and how. But for now, let's focus on what I know. What I want to be with. No! The reason I picked him for today is that he is a... well, that's not gonna help, because he is a model from a different line of models. A different company makes him. So he's completely different. Also, he will be used for other teams as well, so it doesn't really matter how I paint him. Also, he is a one-off model, so I can spend as much time as I want on him without having to replicate what I do anywhere else. I just wanted to have this done, really. The other option would have been Cheney the werewolf. But since I'm kind of done with Norse for the moment, I wanted something a little bit different. Also, I haven't put the shields on the Grebo models. I'm using them without shields. That really wouldn't have helped. Anyway, even if I just leave the pants green, it'll still be okay, I think. If I do manage to think of a way to incorporate the yellow as a pattern. Yeah, okay. Again, this is something in the vicinity of don't do it like that. Pick yourself a test model, build it up, try your paint schemes on it, and then go on to the whole crew, army, or whatever, instead of going for the character models straight off. But I mentioned we're doing things not the way we're supposed to here. Because of reasons. Yeah. Well, anyway, the point of the whole thing is to have fun and enjoy it, and in that way, that's pretty much just how I got the idea to go about it, and I'm just following up on it, like, it's not following through on it. And he is one of those models that I have already built and primed and put on a holder. Yeah, no, absolutely everything you said is absolutely sensible and is in fact the proper course of actions. Yeah. Just that I kind of jumped on the idea. Because the whole affiliate thing sort of surprised me. I wasn't expecting it, and started thinking about what I can do as a celebration, commemoration, so on. And he just popped into my head. I said, yeah, okay, we're doing him. So I haven't really thought about how to build up the colors, what to build them up with. Do I want them more saturated or desaturated? So it'll be very much just winging it. Throwing through. But this is kind of the beauty of miniature painting, that you can just paint over shit if it doesn't come out right. I essentially completely repainted the purple guy's skin over the course of the last few days, as I tried to bring a little bit more diversity into the color and build up the highlights a little bit better. He is very, very Kislevish. Yeah, have you checked with your internet provider? Maybe they're making some sort of a, like, what was the word I'm looking for? Some maintenance, because they usually do that over the weekend for whatever stupid reason. And yeah, he does look very Kislevish. With the Haidushki Mustak. They make vacations. Yeah, that's... makes sense. Annoying, but it makes sense. Again, I'm having some problems with the primer. Doesn't really like the paint I'm putting on. And also, I think it's high time I just accepted the fact and moved to black primers instead of gray. Especially with my tendency to, like Agent Orange said, paint block myself with making the full assemblies ahead of time instead of going sub-assemblies. Black primer really helps in this way. Because the parts of the model that you don't see or can't reach well, if they're black, they will just come across as very harsh shadows, which is better than a eye-popping gray. It's much easier to identify as a mist spot to paint. Also, black will give me the opportunity to do some pre-highlighting if I wanted to do so anyway. And the usual argument, which is color vibrancy. Since I like usually painting from dark to light, having a darker base actually helps me along instead of hinders me. So that might be the one thing that really changes. Yeah, the Kazakh here as well. Well, if Kislev can use Mighty Zug, then that means he will fit in quite nicely. Although I don't have a Kislev team model, that's okay. I might get the ones that Ammo has. They're pretty good looking. Kislevs. Oh, okay. I haven't really checked what, since they are, although they are slan in skills, I haven't checked to see what star player access they have according to Cyanide's idea of them. And I don't ever recall seeing a Kislev team with a star player because of how bloaty they develop. Like, they pile on a hell of a lot of team value very quickly. I remember in one of the seasons... Yeah, I know. In one of the seasons of Rebel that I played in, there was a Kislev team with like 7 games that had 1900 team value. So the chances of them having the extra cash to hire a star player in regular games is pretty low. Pretty low. Yeah, 1900 off the bat, like 7 games in. Yeah, it was insane. And he took them quite far. I think he made... so he went through the first preliminaries of the playoffs. So, the 86, I think he made it through the 32 or 34. Like, he made it far with that team. Even the admins were surprised to see such a bloated team. No, not really. He just kept his players around. He had a big bench. And once he got all of his blitzers on board, because as far as I understand, for Kislev, you don't start with the full blitzer roster, like the full availability of blitzers. And when you get to actually get them, the team kind of explodes in team value. Yeah, that too. You saw the trailer, right? The trailer for Blood Bowl 3. What I liked about it is that I don't think they went overboard with graphics updates, so it might actually run on most PCs. And wasn't very informative gameplay-wise. Yeah, it wasn't very exciting, but what I did like about it is that it got across the idea of Blood Bowl to people who would not have been aware of what this is. Like, it got across the humor, it got across the silly violence. In a very, very short time span. So kudos to that. Apart from that, for those who have played it, it really wasn't very informative. Didn't really tell us anything. What was noticeable to see was that the gutter runner had the stupid blades. What was it? Mourning, sorrow, grief. The stupid skill that they put because of the model itself. Whatever that was. Yeah, it does. It does. And that's actually not bad. I'm not against keeping the aesthetic and the overall quality, as long as they bother to optimize it. Upon release, the original 2 was horrible. But, you know. We'll see how it goes. At any rate, Sadly, it's not gonna be a day one purchase. Because not all the teams will be available, and none of the private leagues are ready to switch over. So it's gonna be a pretty desolate place, multiplayer-wise. So I couldn't wholeheartedly recommend it. Which means that it'll get very little support from the fan base at the start. And that means that this might be the last Blood Bowl we see. Exactly, it's an exact copy of it, just with the improved graphics engine. And I'm not sure how I feel about it. Like, both for the Mordheim and for Necromunda, because they're trying to go cinematic with the whole approach to it. It feels weird for a tactical game to have this this type of view and this type of action. Like there aren't nice dedicated hexes to move your units to. You don't have a good tactical view of the field. Cover is line of sight based, which makes it weird. You're essentially ending your turn in plain view of everyone. And it's things like encroachment, like in entrenchment, that provide you the defensive bonuses. Like it's a bit weird, and it feels a bit empty. If they are robotic gloves over his usual arms, which is why I am giving him, like, I can see where the texture should be flesh. It's like a steampunk glove that goes over the entirety of his arm. It's not robotic arms instead of his normal ones. So at all of the joints, you can see the flesh and stuff. He is like Jax from Mortal Kombat. Oh, really? I always wondered about that, but didn't know. Because I've seen them portrayed both ways. I think that now the augmented fist is what is in replacing your actual arm, and the power fist is like a glove type thing. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. That's why he sports two of them. Like a big badass. Big badass. That's cool. It's something new every day. Get your Warhammer lore trivia right here. That's fine. It is. It really is. But they made a big deal about that contract. And I think they're gonna try and milk it for everything it is, which is not bad. Just checking to see if I'm in focus. Because the model is very bright, still being mostly gray. And the light sort of reflects off of him, creating a little bit of a halo in my preview window. So I can't tell if he's smudged because of the light or because of the focus. Okay, I think we're done with the fleshy bits. The fleshy bits. We can go over the trouserinos. I'm having a little bit of difficulty making out. I think it's all trouser, like from the ankle all the way up to the waist. He doesn't have long boots. He's got, so the boots go under the pant sleeve. So I'm just gonna cover all of it in green. Get a decent idea about how that green will come out. Move from there. He actually has very few colors going, like very few separate details. Means that it will be a bit easier and quicker to go through. Nice. Then again, I don't intend to rush him. I don't intend to build him up to a much higher standard. Just to the level that I usually do, and see how it looks. Play around. I might not even give him the yellow patterns. Just gonna see if there are any details I can poke out. And we'll see. Wooden and metal? Yeah. I don't know about wooden. No, actually, there will be copper and brass. Like the first and only. Yeah. So it'll be a combination between silver metallics, brass, and copper. And I will try yet again a different way. Build those up so that they look good after the ultra matte varnish is applied. See how that'll go. Not super confident about how it will come out, but we'll see. We'll work it out as we go, which is again a very, very wrong way to do things, but it is how it is. Also, the way I'm looking at them, the saturated parts, like the vibrant colors, will probably be on the pants, which will make the focal point weird. It's not gonna be the flesh. It's not gonna be the face. It's gonna be the... Yeah. That looks cool, actually. Actually looks fairly cool. Of Australian, oh, okay. Couldn't recognize him without the hat. Oh right, I didn't know that that's their catchphrase, like their slogan. But he looks good. Australians are cool. I don't think many people make Australian Imperial Guard or pardon, Astra Militarum. And I think that there have been some mini manufacturers that... Oh. They played it all Switzerlandy. They sent their firstborn. Oh, okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Regiment, gotcha. Not useless, dude. It adds color to the story. These little tweaks and things that kind of get you hyped up when you're painting, when you're immersing yourself into the setting. These little bits and bits of color add character. Okay, so this is the darkest green I could find. Let's see if it'll give us a good idea of what we're working with. Probably gonna take 2 coats, but alright. Using the biggest brush so we can get through this step as quickly as possible and leaving as little brush strokes as possible. Probably gonna end up looking like a hell of a mess, but still. Similar, but many. That? Yeah. Old school. Yeah, here he has the hat, so he is easier to identify. Very nice, deep gold. Well, maybe. There were those as well. I forgot about them. Yeah. Not steampunk Russians. Actually, don't remember them at all. To be honest with you, the second I see anything resembling what you just showed me, I automatically go to destroy them. Okay, let's check them out. Okay, so these are the choices and... Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, there is a chance I would have mistaken them, you're right. If I saw them, like, back to back. Although, I gotta be honest, I've very rarely seen the Valhallans. Seen a lot more of the other kind. Let's go for another coat of this. I think it's gonna be a good grain to use for the Bretonians. Again, it's a bit too bright for the way that I'm trying to learn how to paint. But we'll just add the shadows on a later stage and we'll be fine. Quite optimal, but still workable. I did manage to spill some green on the flesh here, but we'll clean it. Focus now is just to get a nice, good coat of color to go from not the neat and tidy stage. Looking for an opportunity, get some yellow in. Can do the belt. Can do not that many things really. Or I can draw a pattern, but with all of those creases, I'm gonna make it a lot harder. Make it look adequate. I'm kind of trying to make it easy on myself and find some details that can be painted in that color. This part doesn't like taking paint. Also, I thought about painting the when highlighting the green to use yellow for highlighting, but that'll make it too overtaking. Like it's too much of a big part to make look so radioactive. I'm gonna stick with off-whites, highlights on the green at least. And also if I put in yellows, like yellow details, it might not have such good detail separation. I guess we'll be keeping that in mind when we get to there. I guess we'll need a little bit more green. But it's coming through rather okay, I think, in general. I'm not worried. So far, so good. And when Noble twice her piece was given to John. Yeah, yeah, get you. Well, no surprise there, really. Yo, Mark. No worries, dude. Thanks as usual for hopping along and for joining me. And have a fun time painting and listening along. So I think we're done with the green here. So far. Next up, let's go over the browns. It's not about not commenting politics. I'm just really not very much aware of what's currently happening Trump-wise. It's just that what you're saying does really very much make sense. So, yeah. No, it's not that, dude. When it is just stating obvious facts, I don't think there's any opinion to be had on the matter. So it's perfectly fine to be stated. I really don't have an opinion, and I don't really have information about it, that's all. But like I said, it makes sense. Oh, okay, I just didn't know that. I thought it was just mostly random stuff. I didn't know it actually had some events. Righteous. Okay, I gotcha. Oh, Mark, just one thing. I did make a Discord server because everyone has one and might as well have one as well. So please feel free to join and use as a dumping ground for all sorts of pictures, photos, works in progress. You know the drill. Discord chat, yeah. It's bare bones, but you know, like for basic functionality, like using it as a ground, as something somewhere to post pictures and use for the occasional voice chat, it's gonna do the job. And there were rockets flying. Well, pretty much what happens when you try to apply political leverage several continents away from you into a place that has completely different cultural concepts than yours, but apparently it happened. Now, since apparently I'll be going for a mid-tone start on the base coats, I'm just gonna use good old Citadel stuff to bring them. And so we'll be using the what was it? Mornfang brown for the letters and the brown stuff. Model. And I'll have to play around with placing in the shadows later on. Kinda wanted to avoid, but it was either that or mix in blacks and browns in all of the base tones. So it would be less reliable when I'm painting multiple models. To rely on mixtures. So Mornfang brown it is. Again, making this up on the fly with minimal premeditated ideas. Again, this is not how you should be doing things. But here we are, doing it anyway. Now he's got them steel toe boots, so I'm gonna avoid the actual toes. Elias, what do you think? I want to make them silver metallics or yellow metallics. The steel toe, that is. Because we can make it like a copper toe. Wouldn't be too bad. Make the overall feel of the model a little bit more playful. An extra splash of color, not keeping all of the metallics boring gray. In each case, it would be justified to base coat them brown, because it doesn't hurt. Use it as an undertone for golds and whatnot. I don't know. Let's keep them. Let's just keep them gray for now and see how the model will steer me towards what colors would look good on it. Perceptively. in a deceptive fashion. Again, this isn't like, well, this is going to be a model that will play for a Blood Bowl game, and so we have liberty to make him a little more colorful as opposed to grungy and realistic and conforming to adequate color conventions. Just go a bit crazy. Even though he is essentially... And I forgot the focus again, god damn it. I'm just not gonna switch it off anyway anymore. Right. And the sort of sash part, we're gonna also cover brown. What's this? What is this? Ooh, that must be cool. Hungry Troll is making the knights of the knights that say "ni." Or at least so it seems. Are those supposed to be nobles? And the new noble stuff? Or are they count as Brett's? I'm gonna assume since this is a new Kickstarter, it's gonna be nobles. Yeah, they look fabulous. The god damn it. The same movie, god damn it. Chalice, Holy Grail, Knights of the Holy Grail, Monty Python. Sorry, did not appear in this movie. How glorious! I forgot that it's was a Hungry Trolls did them. Is it like an expansion, or is this going to be a new team? Do you know? Or like trade them as you will. Same team and extra models. Okay, so an expansion. Good. I approve. Arguably, this is something that can become yellow. The slash here. So again, base coating it in brown is a good start. but it needs a little bit more. It has some pockets, and that'll break up the monotony. Maybe the yeah, let's try that. Let's put brown on like the pocket covers. Pretty much any detail on the trousers that kind of stand out as their own detail. Even though in this case that's pretty much not true, but just the sculpt allows me to treat it like that. So that'll go over yellow. I would do the front with the buttons as well, but I fear that this will necessitate me going all the way down to the crotch, and I kinda don't feel like giving him a yellow crotch. He is supposed to instill fear, not display it. Yeah, I think that'll be okay. I want something down here to be yellow. I can't identify anything else that I can just section off. And because of the amount of creases, if I try to do a pattern on the actual texture, it'll have to go along the creases and distort. You're right, yeah, it could be asserting dominance, but I'm going to not take that into consideration. But yeah, there is room to make that argument. As in, he would take his pants off and piss on the dude once he's brought him down. Marking your own territory. Yep. Those are my pants. I pissed in them. You can't have them. Yeah, that sounds legit. I can see that as being a thing. Some neighbors appear to be fighting over dogs. Because why not? It is Saturday after all. I'm very much unsure of what's happening, but it is very passionate. I'm not sure if you can make out the barkings across the mic, but yeah, there is some sort of action taking place over at the neighbors. Barking and screaming. Oh, yelling, really. Maybe they heard us talk about asserting dominance and took offense at it somehow. Who knows? Really? Stings Starcraft Protoss making your dog bark. I can tell you why. If he's got the actual game sound on, the voice of the narration that comes along with a Protoss is a lot more of a deep booming voice, a deeper booming voice compared to the others, and that might sound to the dog as a bark or a growl. But I think that's me taking it too far. Unnecessarily overthinking things. Shocker. This is actually one of the reasons why I go into painting miniatures so willy-nilly. In real life, I tend to overthink stuff. And as painting happens to be a recreational hobby of mine, and I try to alienate myself from everyday woes, I just get the model, the brush, and see where that takes me. Showboating dogs. Making me look bad. Or not as good. Oh, StarCraft. I should really replay the campaign of the second one. I remember it being very fun and not too difficult to play. So for someone who is shit at real-time games, I could actually enjoy it. I did only play a little bit of the the Terran campaign. I'm not sure if it becomes too difficult. across with the Zerg and the Protoss. I think the Protoss were the last expansion to come out for StarCraft 2, that is. Also, StarCraft 1 is, or was, so I suppose it still is, free over at Battle.net. So if you have a strong burst of nostalgia for old classic genre-defining RTSs, it's very quick and easy to get it and replay the campaigns. And if you want a little extra splash of color, I think it used to be $30. Yeah, the non-remade one, that's exactly what I was getting into. That if you like a little bit of extra color, you can get the remaster of the first one for like $30. But what was cool about that is that both of them use the same servers. So if you have friends who bought the remaster and you have the normal version, you can still play together. Like, it doesn't limit you one way or the other. And they are both including the Brood War expansion, so you essentially have all of StarCraft. I know, I'm just stating it out to the audience for the slim chance that someone would not be aware, or just reminding them. Because when it did come out, we did have a little bit of a resurrection with some buddies of mine. We had a few games together. The cyber chick after masking fluid. I saw yesterday that you... Yeah, that's... I saw the pic where you had drowned her in something. And then I guess this is it. Okay, so you will be... This... Let me bring that. This is going to be what you're going to be peeling off? Or are you going to paint over it and then peel it off? Oh, the flesh, then tear it. Nice, okay. Sounds good. This is gonna look amazing, I can just tell. Again, I really, really like the concept of chipping flesh. Ah, dude, you're welcome. Like, you have proven time and time again that both in terms of concept and execution, you bring some awesome stuff. Yeah, it's not... You can imagine it, again, if you think of the screenshot of the Ghost in the Shell starting clip. And also, if you've ever seen this technique applied to vehicles for chipping paint and stuff, the idea of that being replaced with flesh and underlying cybernetics, great and awesome. Yeah, you showed it, but you can... Yeah, Mas Nixon, cheers. I'm not really in alcohol today, although by the end I might partake in a little bit of whiskey. But for now, I'm sticking to trying to get some shit done. But yeah, feel free to send again the pic of... Actually, if it's on Insta, let me just show it off anyway. The wallpaper chipping. If I can find it. This is a decent while ago, I think. Oh, okay, thanks. Let's bring that up instead. Yeah, so you can imagine how it would look when this peelage is... The overtone is flesh and the undertone is like cybernetic, electricity, lights, what have you. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, and it's a thick chipping medium. It's not. Or does it just depend on how you apply it, or because most of the chipping methods that I've seen make pretty like thin chips. Oh right, gotcha. And you said it's actually masking tape. I keep forgetting that, and my brain just doesn't register. Because, yeah, masking tape would be thicker because you would need to remove the entire layer when you're done, like, airbrushing or whatever it is to mask off the detail. So, yeah. No, my brain keeps confusing the two things, and that's why. I keep thinking of chipping medium, and that's a different thing. Which makes it even more of a neat idea, since exactly that's what made me think about it, and then yeah, gotcha. And this is why I brought up the Ghost in the Shell reference, because the Ghost in the Shell stuff would work with chipping medium, whereas this will be more heavier. Like, it wouldn't be just a flake, it would be actually skin torn off. More like Terminator 1 stuff, where the scene where he fixes his forearm, where he does his self operation, that sort of thing. So yeah, just have to rearrange things in the old noggin to finally understand what you're telling me. And yeah, what I was getting at is that I haven't actually seen masking fluid being used for this, or any actual like inside of the painting approach, instead of well, limiting paint spillage and then just removing it. That's even cooler than... After 3 times that you talked about it, I finally got the point. God damn it, dumbass. May actually brighten that disc. No! Black! All black! And a little bit of red here on the water, paint water pot. And the showing of my ashtray is also red. So we got a black and red. So there is a splash of color here and there. Also, my mouse pad is trimmed with red, so there is some sort of a theme going. As improvised as it may be. And I'm not gonna say that it's pure coincidence, but you know. Also, I have the innate ability to kill all plants that enter this house for whatever reason. I tried having some plants around, but they just didn't make it. Get a dancing flower. A cactus. If I manage to kill a cactus, that'll be too much of a hit on me. I wouldn't be able to deal with that. Like, killing houseplants is one thing. Killing a cactus, that takes effort. You killed a cactus. Good for you. Just need air. Well, with the amount of smoking that I do... Although that might actually be beneficial. I don't know. Yeah, it's an idea. It's an idea. I'll wrap my brain around it at some point. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, so you see, it needs a specific act of violence towards it to actually hurt a fucking cactus. Well, maybe not violence, but just malice. These damn things be stubborn. Dancing flower. Yeah, I did not get what that is. Okay. Okay, I getcha. Yeah, that'd be fun. Designed for making you happy. Well, it did. It did. Adult child or even a baby would definitely be amused by the sunflower imitating a human smiling face. I could turn it on in the off shot that anyone subscribes as a notification. Yeah. Oh, I'll actually save that. I'll bookmark this. I like it. It's funny. I have too many folders of bookmarks. Yeah, nice. Good idea. I should do more Saturday streams. Feeling quite a bit more happy. I haven't been working today. I don't know if that comes across, but yeah. Okay, so that is also a strap here. Airplanes. Cool. But they are organic, like living things, or again, gimmick stuff. Sweet. Can I get to the strap on the back here? Yep. Okay. Big brush. Lap it in. Worry about it later. Base coat, all the things. Oh yeah. The one with the doggy? Yeah, it looks gorgeous. I've heard some people would get the model just for the sake of getting the doggo. Yeah, she is a beauty. And she's a full mini. For whatever reason, I think. Like a full body sculpt. For whatever reason, I tend to prefer those. Even though I've painted neither. Just aesthetically, I prefer looking at a full model. And I would definitely, from the Neko range, I would definitely like to get Nancy. The one with the big gun. Mark, did you get a chance to check out the old school wrestling stuff that I sent you? Yeah, it's probably 75 mil. I remember seeing a picture of it on a desk with some... No, okay. I just thought about it. It was a long train of internal associations that ended up culminating with that reminder. I had a girlfriend once that really got really angry when I talked like that, because half of the thought process and half of the sentence happens in my mind, and when something actually leaves my mouth, it's completely out of context, just based on some internal monologue, and I was like, what the fuck? Where the hell did that come from? And the time it took to explain. Yeah. This what happens when you live in your own head for too long. But I think it's funny. Never. Oh yeah, all of those. If you remember they're not exactly memes, or are they? I think they qualify as memes. Where it's, I bet he's thinking of another woman, and then his thought process is so far off into a completely different topic. What if cows ate meat? Yeah. Something along those lines. And what it ends up coming out as is something like, let's go get some ice cream from McDonald's or something. Well, that actually concludes the brown part of this exercise. Oh, there's more flesh here. I missed the flesh. I missed the flesh. Good on me. Now that I'm actively working with both Citadel and Proacrel, there is just one thing that I notice, and that's not necessarily a bad thing or anything, but Proacryls tend to dry on a white palette a lot faster than the Citadels. And that's probably due to the fact that they are very thin to begin with, so no matter what kind of a glob of paint you put on the palette, it hardens a lot faster than the jelly glob of Citadels. Yeah, it really darkened it down. This is why I thought this is kind of a not necessarily an intermediary tip. I've gotten kind of used to reactivating dried paint from the palette whenever I need it for some small corrections or a quick glaze here and there. The Procros don't exactly agree with my idea. I mean, they do, they just need a little bit more work into it, like a little bit more water, a little bit more stirring. And they don't like the primer that I use. But that's not their fault, that's the primer's fault. For being so picky about what it wants over it. Like, that was Flash, wasn't it? Kinda hidden off from this part. Oh yeah, okay, it makes sense that that it shows up After the arm is extended? Question mark? Yeah, screw it. Let's treat it like that and move along! Okay, so pretty much all that's left is to... What color do I want the ball? Let me just brassy stuff. Or maybe a blue as a counterpoint. Purple and green washes. Yeah, thank you. I think I will. Like I said, the mid-tone came out a little bit too bright, so I'll definitely have to build some separate shadows into it. And definitely purples are on the menu. And greens, I don't know where to put the greens, but yeah. At the very least, purples are a definite. So let's brown up the ball entirely, actually. Or keep it as silver. Yeah, let's keep it. Whatever. Alrighty. By the way, I do have a lurk command if you feel like using it. Hasn't come up very often, but it exists. Next off, we're just gonna use black to put on everything else. It doesn't lock anything. It's just like a statement. It doesn't trigger anything. I don't think. Pretty much just to bring up the notification. Yeah, that's pretty much all. That kind of reaction is pretty much the entire point of it, I think. Yeah. Shockingly enough, that's a song very oftenly sang at the karaoke that I visit. And there's an unlurk as well. Just throwing it out there. Yeah, I don't know what exactly you can extrapolate from that fact, but there it is. A jolly place. By the way, I did watch Dark Star, Agent Orange, after your iffy recommendation. And yeah, that movie is weird as fuck. Like, the alien though, that design with the inflated ball, that kicks ass. That was so funny. Like is a strong word, but I didn't hate it. Like, it was interesting. It did suffer a little bit from the 70s tempo. Like, it was a bit tiring to keep up with what's happening, because you had to keep it in for a long time before something actually happened. But that's just a part of the time. The philosophy at the end, yeah, the Cartesian one, that was that really caught my attention when they tried to dissuade the, for whatever reason, AI operated bomb. That was very interesting. That it was like it was taken straight out of a textbook. And the dead commander, yeah. For those not aware, Dark Star happens to be the first movie by John Carpenter. And shockingly, it is a sci-fi comedy. It is from back in the 70s. I think it's 74 or something. But definitely worth the watch. You can dig it out somewhere. Was Prince of Darkness by Carpenter? Let me just take a quick look. It was. Yeah, it is. It is actually one of my favorite horrors. And it features Alice Cooper, and I love Alice Cooper, so, you know. Which one? It is not, however, a comedy. A regular work of Carpenter. Nah, yeah. Rich doctor. Yeah. Kind of like that old joke with the goldfish that was hard of hearing, and the other guy, like, the joke ends with the other guy saying, "Did you think I want a big tennis?" The rest of it, however, doesn't translate well into English, so I can't exactly. It's, you know, again, a play on words, but this one goes through. Let's take some time and show why. Another reason, another argument towards priming black instead of what I did is that now I will do a lot of stuff in black that wouldn't have been necessary if the undercoat of the primer was black. But what you gonna do? So, starting off from the toes, I haven't really decided whether or not there'll be a yellow metallic or a silver metallic, but Since I'm priming them, since I'm undercoating them black, it'll probably be a silver metallic. I don't necessarily have to do this, especially not for the for the smaller details. But I will, because it ties into the idea that I have for how I'm gonna treat the metallics on this guy. And it's going to play in to facilitate building stronger contrast for the metallics. And the reason I'm doing this is because my later application of a ultra matte varnish that will annihilate all of the actual metallic shine from the true metallic paints. So if I lay down the black underline right now, I can use it as the deepest shadow, and I can go and I can skip some of the parts I'm gonna paint metallic and just leave the black under it, which will give me like a starting very harsh, very strong shadow, so that when all the shine goes away, you'll still see the rough transitions and register it as a metallic, as a reflective metallic, I hope. Never tried this before, so results may vary. Been thinking about it for a while though, so here's hoping. Again, I should have probably taken a little bit more time to figure out what I want silver metallic and what I want as yellow metallic, so that I can undercoat appropriately. But as previously mentioned, not my style. Make things logical and easy. Just wing it. But I sure hope that this Alex idea works out. It's going to become a mainstay. If it does. It has all of the reasons to, on paper. So let's see if paper translates to plastic. Usually I would color the trim of the bowl with the color of the team. I do want to underline the fact that he is essentially a merc, and even though his uniform will resemble the one for the team that he will most probably be used for, I do want to add a little bit of neutrality to emphasize that he is not an official part of the team. Or at least that's my excuse for doing it. And I'm sticking to it. So there. It does still? Really? Oh yeah, it does. Holy shit. Thought I updated it. OBS does this thing where it doesn't always... God damn it. Because I'm sure I rewrote it. Probably just reset. And now it's going to split up my recording. Oh. Let's see if that comes through. It does. Okay. That will probably split the recording, but whatever. Whatever. Almost positive I updated it. Start, it just didn't take. I forgot to check. On the other hand, you can be fairly certain that this is how it's going to appear on Monday's stream as well, so one error will carry over across multiple streams. For better, longer-lasting consequences. Need to go a bit thicker with the black, or else I'm never gonna be done with this. I just noticed that we've been going for 2.5 hours. And I haven't even finished up the base coats. Again, that is the essence of the challenge. Can I manage paint a whole mini in a stream? and how many hours it's going to take. I'm going to assume it's gonna go late into the night. Right now it is about 7:30 p.m. I'm fairly certain I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna be done before midnight. On the plus side, I'm feeling pretty fresh, so let's see. It is, of course, only an attempt at doing this, but let's not approach it as this defeatist way. If this works, and if it doesn't leave me half dead, yeah, that is pretty much the biggest plus of the whole affiliacy thing. Oh, don't worry about it, it's just for the sake of it. Don't worry, man, don't you dare worry about that. Still, I do appreciate the thought. Yeah, so if I can make this happen, and I have a reasonable reserve of our energy and soul left, I can make this a regular thing. Like whenever I have a free Saturday, I can just sit down, take a one-off model, and do it. Because I have several star players that need to get paint on them, and I keep putting it off for some time, like in between projects or whatever. That's still gonna be a thing, but why not? Again, I'm gonna have to see how I feel after today. I missed a flash space again, but I had noticed it before, just did not mention it. Because I hide my mistakes. Kind of. Not really. I do believe that, yeah, black primer might have to get on the to-do list, get list for supplies. Been thinking about it, considering it for a long time. Relying on the justification that I'm just used to painting over free. I might just have to rethink. Because if he was black to begin with, we would now be done with the base coating part, or at least I could have straight up gone to the metallics. And now instead I have to go through all of this. A little bit of a pain. But we'll see. I mean, we won't see. I just need to do it. Being said, I don't think that did I visit? To get my primers from Carrie's black primer. Because I used the Mr. Hobby and Tamiya primers. As they are the most accessible to me. And for whatever reason, well, for some logistics reason, import-export of sprays, like rattle cans and under pressure containers of any sort, has been an issue for a long time, which is, for instance, why I can't really get dull coat sprays. Only airbrush ready solutions. And specifically for priming, I really prefer rattle cans because it's a lot quicker. I usually prime multiple models at a time. Zenithal highlighting or pre-highlighting or whatever with the airbrush, if I am going to actually take advantage of color changing properties of a zenithal instead of just being a guideline for where to put my volumes. Which is kind of the most common use, really. You don't know. I think I'm gonna use that when I get to the dwarves team, and then I'm gonna try and paint in the comic style. I will need to do some No, actually, I don't need to do zenithal because I need to prime it white and use contrast paints, but I don't have contrast paints, so I'll just get the contrast medium and use John Ninus's idea to use contrast medium and Procryl transparents to create the colors that I need. That might also be a neat experiment. That way I can get the effects without having to buy a whole bunch of paints. Would be sweet. I also need to get some inks. At least one ink. At least the black ink is kind of mandatory. Although I think I can get around with enamel black, which I have. I just need to man up and deal with the stench and the vapors that it creates. I do have the thinner, again courtesy of Mr. Hobby Paints. Not that I'm sponsored by them, it's just that they do it and I have them. Gotta see if they still carry Chaos Black. But now with the contrast paints out, some of the Rattle Can primers by Citadel are like, I don't think they are primers anymore. They're just undercoat paints. And I'm not sure I trust that for priming. As in, they have probably changed the mechanical consistency of them. I have a very, very old can of Chaos Black. And it's completely dried out, so I can't really use it, but I can take it to see if it says that it's a primer on the can, so I can compare with what it says on the new ones. But I think it used to be a primer. I don't know. If anyone knows, feel free to correct me. I sure as hell didn't know. If it was a paint, and still is, then it works, but yeah, someone just brought it to my attention at one of the stores, and I really haven't gotten that much. I've never thought about it. I've always just stuck to the Tamiya and Mr. Hobby stuff for priming. But I don't think they carry black, which is weird. Or maybe I've just forgotten. I haven't checked in a while. At any rate, um, the Bretonians are already primed, so whatever the outcome is, I wouldn't need to prime another model for quite a while, so it's not an urgent matter in any way. Just something to think about. I have so many primers that I won't ever use. I have a white one, a gray one, and another white and another gray, which are the same primers but in airbrush ready and brush on ready forms. So essentially I have 4 containers of primer, none of which are black. Because why think when you can buy? Dumbass. That pook sound? What? Where did it come from? Did I hit the mic with the tip of the brush or something? Because that is possible to happen. Oh, when opening the paint bottle, yeah. Oh, that it draws me to get more. Yeah, I gotcha. Or just that you heard it. Anyway, let's not make too much of it. It is what it is. Another genius thing that I did was set up the camera and mic from my right side, and it's not uncommon for me to slap the butt of the brush into the camera, into the holding arm. That is annoying. I try to avoid it. Unfortunately, due to cable length, it has to stay from this side. By the way, did the title of the stream update at your side? can see it works on my side, but maybe it didn't translate over. No, okay. Oh well. Almost done. The cybernetics. I will also paint the mustache and the hair in black, and then build it up into a gray. Because it is easier than making it come across as jet black and still having highlights. And because gray is going to be easier to do with a black undercoat, actually just be more freeing. Not having to worry about how it registers in the end, and there is a little bit of a place I missed here. To paint flesh, which I will remedy as soon as possible, but not quite yet. Oh, glorious mustache. There's an argument to be made that I should do this with a smaller brush. But I haven't made anything easy for me yet, so. Yeah, you see, this was me smashing the camera arm with a brush. A lovely sound to bear through and a lovely visual to go along with it. I get time, I would like to get him a bit of a stipple here in the base of the skull, where the undercut of the hairdo actually takes place. Wouldn't be great to flush, but that is an extra little bit that I'm not sure I'll have time to play around with, as it will be a first time attempt at it. Right. And as a last point, let's paint the rim of the base. It will chip, but it is better to have the paint chip rather than the primer. From me handling it. As that'll take several coats, I might as well start now. While I'm taking a cigarette break, the actual layer could be dry, and pour it again. Over and over and over until we get a good black. Or I could have just primed black. I'm not gonna bother painting the inside of the rim, because that'll get treat it with texture paints and some flocking later. Right, let's give it some time to dry. Smoke, and that'll actually be the first stage of the paint. Now I'm contemplating whether or not to go over the metallics now, like base coating the metallics, just to block in the colors that I will be painting silver and what I will be painting gold or copper or yellow of any kind. While I'm still fresh, I think I should do this, like, until my might hasn't fried completely. Due to time spent on stream, I think this would be the better idea. If I leave it for later, I'll be tired. And I'll probably half-ass it, so might as well just go through the thinking part of it now. So then I can just paint by numbers. Switch my brain off and just think. So yeah, let's do that. Right, let's actually do this while I'm smoking. So the tubes on the back will definitely be gold, so everything that is tube going from there will get a yellow metallic color, and all that is solid with the exception of the brass knuckles at the end of the fists will be silver. There is a point to be made for all of the hydraulics, like those around the fists, the actual fist fingers, and on the elbow. That might benefit from being a different metallic. To break it up, because it is going to have to be the centerpiece of the model, like the metallics, otherwise it's going to be the trousers. I don't want to keep the focus sort of below the belt. And I forgot to do his eyebrows in black. Okay, good, great. But it might be best that way, because next I'll paint the eyes. And that's gonna be a back and forth process of messing up and cleaning up and messing up and cleaning up until I get it to a decent point, and so the eyebrows might suffer if I do it right away. Then we can get the yellow bits on to differentiate brown from brown. Great. Let's see where that leaves us. And I think I'll be using, again, Mark's advice to use blues for the deep shadows on the green. Again, it ended up being too bright for my liking. So I'll bring in the shadows with a blue to the green. Makes sense. use the blues. If I had a harmonica, this would be the moment where I should use it, but it ain't. Just don't go too much into the jazz. Yep. I made a similar comment yesterday about the Bach and Debussy, but yeah, I get you. Let's go over the base rim one last time, and then we switch over to a smaller brush for the rest of the stuff. That will require a little bit more accuracy. Although for the size of this brush, it does make a very fine tip. That's a number 6 brush, it's a pretty large brush. And initially I thought that the fine point would actually hinder its use for a base coating brush. But no, it's okay. You can use the belly of the brush when necessary, like I'm doing right now. Thinking about using the medium wash brush that I have from Citadel. That's a very big, flozy round brush, and I love it for painting over large surfaces where some minute aspect of accuracy is needed. This did just fine. Now, I'm not going to color code this rim because it doesn't matter. Usually, star players in Blood Bowl can be color coded with either purple or any color that is unique. But I think purple is the alternative. However, in this case, since all of the other positionals are either color-coded red, green, white, yellow, so on. There won't be any, in gray, there won't be any other black rimmed bases, so it'll come across clear enough that that is a different positional. And the form of the base is also different. I thought about switching it for a regular base, but that just further emphasizes the fact that he is a special character. And since in Blood Bowl, base size and shape doesn't really matter for anything else than aesthetics, you have to do. Because I'm running out of 32mm bases. As in free roaming ones without anything dedicated to them. So I have to get a pack of bases at some point. But that's not gonna be anytime soon because I have a decent amount of teams with bases, I think, before that happens. So what do we do now? Okay, let's do the metallics, just so that I can get them off my chest. Use copper. Can use bronze, actually. Bronze looks very, very nice. I tried it out on this guy. Is a base color, so on the underside of the flamethrower, the canister is bronze. And it works. It can be highlighted with gold, as you can see on the other side where I put a highlight. And it contributes to building a little bit of contrast, although it doesn't seem particularly logical. It kind of seems okay. So I think I'll be base coating the yellow metallics with bronze. Let's do it. Why not? Comes off shitty, you know, paint, plastic, put other stuff on it. Now we'll get rid of our smaller brush. I did take care to wash all of my brushes yesterday so that I am approaching a new project with clean and fine-tipped brushes. So I did take some thought into preparation for today, but very little. Getting into hour 3, and we're fairly done with nothing. That was expected. That was the risk I was willing to take. I might have to break for eating at some point. But I don't feel any. Stomach-based urges just yet. Still have coffee, cigarettes. Both are known to suppress appetite. Best it works. And I did eat just before the stream started, so I'm good. Being said, maybe just taking a quick break to stretch my arms and legs would not be such a bad idea. You know what, that's exactly what I'll do. Just take a quick 2 to 5 maximum minute break, just so I can stretch my arms and legs, restroom, etc. Just make sure I don't completely atrophy on this chair. Right, so I'll be right back. And there we go. Stretched, did some squats, restroom, filled up my coffee and water. Good to go. So firstly, do we do the ball? Or, you know what, I've always done the steel toes in gray, so let's do them in not gray this time. How's that?
Oh, yeah.
Holy hell. Oh wow, okay. Wow, Agent Orange, thank you. Thank you so much for this. Oh wow. You are my first. And I thank you for that. It is greatly appreciated. Thanks, man. Now, usually this is the place where you will be able to use the emotes, but it's still being processed by Twitch, so hopefully, hopefully it'll come through before subscription runs out, but still, this means a lot, so thank you. I'm going to keep some of the black showing through, so that helps out contrasts. Again, I have to do this with a lot of differentiation. That the varnish doesn't kill the idea. Now buttons and buckles, as per tradition, will be also done the same way. His hair turns right. Yeah, gonna be hard to make it. Like, I can do some blues into it. But it's going to be ultimately gray. And opposed to all of the green and yellow and the flesh tones, I don't think it'll stand out as a centerpiece. We'll see. Miracles might happen. Unless, of course, we go by Corey Taylor. States that miracles don't happen here. Okay, buttons. Anything else? It's buckle. This model only has one buckle. Has many buttons, but just one buckle. Now imagine if that was a Citadel model. The amount of buckles. Oh, thanks. It will change quite significantly by the time I'm done with it. But that is going to be the mid-tone, so hopefully it will retain that as a major feel to it. If I manage to do it right, that is. It is different. Painting a simpler sculpt. Like, again, you can see that it's finely detailed, but it's not particularly oversaturated with it. And it leaves me with, even being a small model, I have all of the trouser surface to play around with. I have all of the flesh to play around with, and big metallic areas to play around with. And even though the metallics are arguably a little bit overdone, it kind of gives it a bit more character. So again, even though it's a simple-ish model, I really like it. And if anyone else watching also likes it, but would like to paint it in a bigger scale, this particular one also can be bought in 54mm. And also it has a, I think 70mm, no, yeah, maybe 70mm scale bust. So from the waist up. It's kind of a good could be a very good experiment in non-metallics, if you feel like it. If you get the bust, that is. And the 54 mil is pretty big as well. I didn't see, but not many other of their models in that line have these versions. They do particularly apply to Badger, which is this guy. And this is Infamy models. No, Infamy miniatures, I'm sorry. Now let's go over to the tubes. And again, I'm going to use the black I've undercoated, and I'm going to skip some spaces. Mushroom snake. Badger, yeah, okay. Wow. Mushrooms. Yep. Make my man. Are you doing some painting now? Or are you just chilling in the background? Chilling, nice. Yeah, I think it rings a bell, the song. Again, so I'll be skipping leaving little streaks of the black going behind, as that'll help me later on with establishing the contrast of the metallics. Or at least that is the general idea. Whether or not it will work, again, we are about to find out. Kind of happened by accident once, and it didn't look half bad, so... Let's see if we can make random magic happen again. I do need to cover enough, however, so that I can put some highlights on this. just tracing all the tubes. I wonder if the end effect will just look like I've missed places, or if it'll actually translate into reflective. Sadly, I won't find that out until I put the primer on. The primer. I got primer on my brain. The varnish. And again, in order for this to work, I'm going to have to jump over a step and go to a brighter color for the first highlights instead of going slope. So this hydraulic gizmo will get some color as well. Can keep the moving parts metallic so I can add some Seraphim sepia afterwards to simulate a little bit of grime streaks on the hydraulic pistons. Might be a fun little added color flash. This hand, so both arms are the thing that I've been looking forward the most to paint. And at the same time I've been dreading them the most. They are essentially something I haven't done before. And I can see all of the potential that they offer. I'm just not sure I can manage to capitalize on it. You can make them look very intricate and very interesting by and especially if you dare to try going non-metallic with them and add all sorts of greens and blues into them. Can make it look like a real nice, either well oiled or very nasty, streaky, grimy machinery. I'm gonna try and do something in the middle, which, as we all know, is usually the worst way to do things, because being neither one nor the other, it doesn't work well. But I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it anyway. This bronze will come out good for the brass knucks. So, I don't know. Yeah, the potential is there, but let's see if we can make it work. Best part about this so-called process that I'm trying out is that it shouldn't be too time-taking to apply, because it's actually painting less surfaces and skipping most of the highlight steps. I won't be putting... I'm actually even considering whether or not to put a third highlight, or just jump straight to the extremes. Because again, I have to consider that when I apply the varnish, if there isn't enough differentiation between the levels of highlights, it's just going to meld into a bland mush of nothing, and it will be just the color that will suggest that it's metallic. So in this case, I kind of have to keep it rough. Because it's kind of a different style, I hope it doesn't clash with the rest of the model. As for the rest of the model, I'm just gonna go the usual way and try and get subtle transitions and, you know, all this stuff. As per standard specifications for a paint job. And in this case, again, the black playing a major role into establishing this, to making it work. Not because of the theories that are questionably proven that metallics go better over blacks and browns, but just because I can use the black as an underlying undertone of a much deeper shadow. Get away with it. Sort of simulating the effects of a rough and quick non-metallic metal paint job, while still using metallic paints, like true metallic paints, which further simplifies the process. So in theory, what I'm doing should be the easiest way to get easily recognizable metallics. But we're about to find out. In a multitude of hours, we will find out. So I also will not be doing any washes. Oh, at least I'll try not to do any washes. If it needs to, like if there is a surface that has remained too bland after the application, I may need to reinforce the shadow with a little bit of a black or brown glaze, but overall I'd like to avoid that. And just rely on the on the matte varnish to do the rest. We'll see how it looks. But that is my reasoning behind it. And trying to take consideration what I'm doing. Because, like I've mentioned a million times before, metallics are the bane of my existence. And if I manage to find a process that is easy to replicate, that gives decent results without too much effort, that isn't the standard apply metallic, apply wash, dry brush metallic. Why insist doing them? Well, what would you do? Like, granted, I could... Yes, I'm doing them right now. But I don't know, I kind of just want to make it a little bit more proficient, I guess. For my own suffered enjoyment. I am painting with true metallics right now. And yeah, your argument could be taken into the direction where I don't need to use actual metallic colors. I can go in and paint these things blue and just play around to make some harsher, bright highlights to simulate like a shiny paint job. Because that will require less reflectivity to be interpreted, but I don't know. I just have my mind set to it. Try it. See if I can prove it. Mostly just slipping on the whole painting meta that's been going around lately about quality of metallic colors, non-metallic metal painting being a coveted ability for a lot of people, myself included, of course, but I just realized how much time, work, and investment it'll take and how hard it will be to apply to a multitude of models. So I am kind of riding a hype train right now about it. AK, yeah. But again, the fact that I will be using the AK's Ultra Matte means that no matter what kind of true metallic I use, it'll end up dead. So I need to make sure that after applying it, the metallic parts still look metallic. And I'm kind of trying to cheat the way, go around the fact that that requires me to learn to paint non-metallics and simulate painting non-metallics with true metallics. It's a bit of a maybe overcomplicated bullshit. It really isn't necessary, but I kind of want to go through it at least once, see how it works out, and if it's gonna make things, if not easier, then at least decent. Yeah, I have to take a better look into AK stuff in general, like pigment powders, enamel paints and washes, because they do a ton of stuff that's very cool. It's aimed at both miniatures, like the miniatures that we paint, and scale models, like tanks and the stuff. So there's sort of a middle ground that covers both, are geared towards both at the same time. And as a result, they have very interesting things. Such as the aforementioned this beast. Which now gives me anxiety after I used it so frivolously over the previous Goliath that I painted. Because I used it, I applied it with a brush, and I applied it the way that I would do for the like Vallejo, Dull Coat, and the enamels and the others. Whereas you can slap them on pretty thick, and it'll just seep in and get the stuff done. Not this guy. This guy murders everything. And so half of my color transitions on the flesh and on the metallics just went away. And since I spent some extra time on that one, because he is supposed to be the leader of the gang until Dark Future Creations released their stuff, I was a little bit sour, a little bit pissy about it. So I want to take extra care from now on. And also, after finding out that my airbrush is actually alive, the compressor could be brought back to life. I will be applying it with an airbrush from now on, until, of course, the compressor decides to give up the ghost again. Because I don't know how many times I can use shock treatment to revitalize it before it just says, no, that's enough for me. No, I'm done. GG. Bye-bye. And I'm not quite ready to get a new compressor for something that I use very rarely. Like, the way I see it now, I will only be using the airbrush for the second layer of varnish. And maybe if I get a bigger model, I would do a pre-highlight. So for just these two uses, get another compressor, kind of unnecessary overkill. Alternatively, I could just spend a little bit more time and apply it with a brush carefully. But that's a worst case scenario. So actually, I think we're done with the yellow metallics, and then we can go over to the silver ones. For that, I'll be using the dark silver from Pro Acryl. It is a lovely metallic base, because it's really dark, and pretty much any other silver on top of it registers as a strong highlight immediately. And I will again use the black undercoat to have an even deeper shadow, so that I will have this, I will have the dark silver as a sort of a mid-tone for the metallic, and then I'll slap on just a very bright silver when I need to. And hopefully that'll be enough. But again, we'll judge the results after the varnish. it's a bit off. Initially, I was considering doing the varnishing on stream, but that's just gonna be a lot of time because the first layer is gonna be a satin varnish from a rattle can that needs to dry for 1,000,000 years. Then set up the airbrush. Probably not gonna do it. Typically, considering we are almost 4 hours into it and I haven't started layering anything. Thanks, man. Thank you, and again, very much appreciated for the sub. Have a lovely walk. Refresh yourself. It's a beautiful evening outside. It's not too cold, it's not too hot. It's a lovely time to have a walk. Have a good one. Alright, let's go over to the cylinder. And that will include the ball. Again, I'm gonna leave some traces of the black. Saving myself the need to go for lining later on, although some lining might still be needed. Interesting. I'm actually very excited to see how it will work out. Whether my thought process in this case is worth the shit, or if I'm talking out of my ass. It's a 50-50, so let's. So I don't want it to be exactly a line. I want it to be more streaky. Which is why lining would not be the best approach to redo it if I need to. I want to break up line separation because it is very harsh. do need those three easily recognizable as long as a distance is possible. Layers. Oh, that's the bowl done. Going up, trying not to miss anything. Okay, going over to this apparatus. This could work pretty well with a heavy dry brush, actually. Like over the black. Just heavily dry brush the first metallic and then carefully highlight. But since in this case the details are rather small, I don't want to risk it, and I'll go step by step. Cover it all up. But again, I do want that black in there. And of course, here is another thing that would prove that I show exactly opposite of what needs to be done is, should have done the silver metallics first. But I didn't. Now I have to swivel around what I did for the golds. making my life harder than it needs to be. I would confidently say we're gonna make it work, but you know, it's not really certain. You know, been pretty decent so far. I didn't consider that the dark silver will go even darker over black, and so it's a bit difficult to see where I've painted something and where not. But it's still a work. We'll work with this. And this is a great model to try it out because the amount of details specifically on the arms, like I've mentioned, overall it's a simple model, but it goes into overdrive on these metallic fists. And I see here where I needed to put some other flesh color. Hopefully I won't forget. So how that helps me is that it alleviates the pressure of me actually placing proper volumes. Because I would not be able to do that. So effectively I'm just picking out whatever stands out, and any flat surface I just paint like 90% of it, leaving 10%-ish of the black showing through as either splotches or black lining. So it's kind of a crutch to use for this, which is great because I need all the help I can get. Mostly overbrushing here. again, I hope I wouldn't need to wash, but I can see a few spaces here and there where a pin wash would be. Like here, there is a plate with a dent in it, and if I had noticed it before, I could have left it, the inside of the dent, black. Didn't, and right now it looks good because it's metallic and it has natural reflection. But Mr. Ultramatte will correct that very quickly. That might be a place where I need to add some black. I think we're done with this. Maybe. Yep. And over the places where I wanted it to be. Yeah. We're good. For now. This will go with several layers of highlight. Well, one. A very harsh layer of highlighting, so it won't look as bland as it does now. And it kind of hurts me that overall the effect that will happen, because again, let's just take a look at how these are the Pro Acryl metallics, and they look very good, especially with this stark black as an underline, as an undercoat. It looks very good. Like if I were to stop at the satin varnish, this would look fucking awesome. Gorgeous. I really like their metallics. Now again, I haven't done the AK metallics or the famous scale 75 metallics, the liquid golds, but this looks, compared to the Citadel stuff, it looks amazing, and it's a lot thinner, so it's a lot easier to use. That's very good metallic flake. Now, smoke, clean. Sorry, clean up the flesh. And start with the eyes. The best part. The easiest. The least important part to give a character the feel of a human being. You know. For the buzz. And by saying that, I mean this is going to be massive shit. And the fact that I completely assembled the model with this arm sort of obscuring the face is going to make things that much worse. So yet again, a beautiful example of don't do that. For the basing, I think I'll just go bog standard, so a little bit on Sterling mud, base itself, and then flock it. It continues, does it? Hey. Oh, okay. So we got the base for Flash. Very deep base for Flash. I love that. I keep trying to get to the point where I have the consciousness to do it, but I always forget. And I end up with what you saw. But yeah, this is gonna start off looking great. Are you gonna do once again the whole process with sketching in the purples and the greens and whatnot, and then glaze everything in, and then go through the trouble of peeling it off? Yeah, that's what I was thinking though. This is going to be the Flash. Okay, gotcha. Oh, and then after peeling, you're going to highlight it, right? So you don't get too many layers of... No, no, no? Am I getting this wrong? Right, okay, okay. My bad. Yeah, that does make sense now that you say it, because it is the idea of it is to keep paint off, but I'm sure that with enough goes over it, it's gonna, because you already only need the one base coat of paint, and afterwards all of the paint will be adhering to more paint. Yeah, but still, you would think that it has some repellent properties, at least. I don't know. But again, once you get that base coat on, then it will be paint adhering to paint, so it shouldn't be a problem. So I expect that this will be the only stage where it will be difficult to get the paint on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Right, let's see if... oh, my wet palette needs to get wet again. Well, it has been 4 hours over. That would make sense. So, under boob is lit. Oh, okay. So, are you gonna carry out this for the rest? So, are you going to use this like an underlying light source? Let me take a look again. 2 light sources. Holy hell, that's gonna be wild. Well, good luck, dude. That's gonna be tough to pull off. But I believe in you. Fingers crossed, man. Good luck. I think you'll manage. Believe that. Clean up a little bit of the flesh here and there. Yeah, but it's still, I mean, you put it as a thing to try out. So the more data you can gain from doing it, the better. And while it's test model, again, the concept is good and the model is fitting for it, so it will look good at the end. I might as well go for it. I really did make a mess with this one. Maybe I should be doing this with a smaller brushing. But again, why think when you can do? Let's get in there. Damn paint. There we go. Hey, in. So I did find some, yeah. Fleshy bits over here. Let's put them there. And then of course we'll have to clean up the metallics. Yay! This is what you get when you paint like a slob like me. Okay. Where else did I mess it up? Here, pretty much everywhere. nose. Wow, even the forehead. Wow, good on me. Alright. Moving on to super small brush. And the eyes. If I can make this dude look relatively human. Or if he'll be a cross-eyed, I've seen things kind of dude, which more often than not come out his attempts. Wondering if I should do texturing on the pants, or just go with regular highlighting. So I've been doing rough texturing. Might go with it. The more stuff I think about, the more I realize this stream might possibly never end. Even though I'm feeling pretty perky right now, that's not gonna be a thing forever. Either way. I have nothing better to do right now, so it's a fun experiment. Many things. Including pretty much seeing the extent of my painting stamina. These are very deep. The good part is that no matter how much I screw it up, because they are in very deep sockets, you would need to look at a very downward angle to see them. So that's good. Now this will be the troublesome eye because of the interfering arm. I'm just gonna completely fill them in with white, well in this case off-white. Put the dot in. Down. With more of the flesh color. Now it probably should have been a darker flesh color, but I don't know how I feel about the whole sort of eyeshadow approach to it. Alrighty, bon appetit. I will almost certainly be here for many more hours, so don't you worry about that. I call it white, off-white. Don't get on my ass about it. Alright. Out of focus? No way! Oh yeah, you're right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fuck's sake. I knew it. I knew I would forget it, and I forgot it again. Who knows how long this has been going on. God damn. Yeah, because there is a lot of space between the camera and the table. Oh, okay, that's when I'm not painting, if there's not a miniature, you get this blurry shit, so I go to fix the autofocus to get a bit of a better picture. And then when I get the model, I forget to switch it back to show up, because I paint close to my face, because I'm very nearsighted. I can't paint with my forearms on the table without completely destroying my back. Yeah, long story short, I'm making it hard for myself yet again. So... Oh yeah? Oh. At least you feel my pain then. I'm really envious of all of the streamers that can paint with their forearms on the table, because that fixes both the fact that your model can go out of frame and out of focus. You just fix it up, you make it good, you get a beautiful crisp picture for the entirety of the stream. When your arms are up, you wiggle, you move, and the model gets lost in the... So, let's do the thing. The dreaded eyeball. The usual issues: paint drying before it hits the model, uses soup, and if we over thin the black, okay, one down. And the other one. If we can get it right, that would be so awesome. Not be able to see this hard stopping. I really hate eyes. Eek. This guy actually has big eyes. Take my time. Hands all sweaty. Paintbrush is slipping. But I do prefer doing the eyes before I start with the rest of the brush. So I don't have to redo the face. This needs to be a little bit wider. Wider, I said. Wider! The second eyeball is always harder than the first one to do, because you need to consider the placement from the first. Especially if it's not sculpted in. Right now it does look crazy, but just need to make it wider. Then I can clean up around it. He will start looking like a human being, hopefully. I guess that's the best we're gonna get. It's not bad. It's not bad. He's not cross-eyed, which is a good start. And very unusual for me to not get him cross-eyed, so now I just have to clean up ball, like the eye socket, paint in the eyebrow, and we're good to go. As long as I don't massively fuck up. Going to be a hole in one. I really love this song. Ooh, chill. Okay. Okay, one eye looking good. Whew. Now for the second one. Copy paste, yeah. Oh, what if I could? This one is more open. He's got like this guy, his eyebrow going upward as he swings. His arm. I doubt you can see anything, but getting there. Perfect, not by a long shot. Doesn't look too weird. And that's a win. All right. Okay, this is the point where I need to say to myself, up, because it's decent, and if you keep playing around with it, you're gonna fuck it. So, self, listen to me. Listen to good common sense. Quit while you are ahead. That's what I'm gonna. Alright, so from here on out, it should be here scaling. Rid of the ultra micro brush. We'll get a smaller brush out and do the eyebrows. Further clean up a little bit of the face. This guy not only has an epic mustache, he also has fairly epic pose. To do him justice. He's a man's man. Technically, I should be able to do the eyes with this brush. For whatever reason, I've had less success with it. That's why I reverted to the old one. Really small one, which creates all of the extra problems that you should experience with just a little bit. Good. While I still have the black, let's up. So I overspilled the flesh here on the tubes. It's kind of anywhere else? That. Oh yeah, here. Small detail work is hard. Shocking, I know. You did not expect that. Alright. I think I've earned myself a cigarette break. Good, good, good. Decent. Okay. Constantly pushing the camera ever so slightly. Shh, don't look at it, don't breathe at it. So next on the menu, flesh. And I don't really have a good idea on how to go about it. I might start off building in the shadows with some transparent purple. See how that goes, then build up some highlights and then glaze back down with the transparent. I just don't know if I should go with the rough sketches first. Or sort of do what I always do and go for a half-assed way to do both at the same time. So let's probably do the usual one and then go back and where it failed miserably, just correct it with some glazing and hope that'll do it. First, let's line in some panels. And this is where I think that a satin finish on the base coat would have benefited me a little bit more. This will be taking advantage of the detail of the actual sculpt. And if I don't put it right where I have to, it's gonna stain weirdly. We'll see how it works out. No biggie. Won't need off-white lumen. I used purple before. I don't think I have. No, I haven't. So what's this? Slowly. Let's move on then. I reckon. There's the transparent purple. Let's further water it in. Still might be too. See. That's fine. very alright. That's gonna be good. Okay. That is one worry less. Alright, just flip it. So I will be needing it. Very quick, on the spot. Fix it up. Move along. Nothing ever. Let's keep building this lovely and purple. I might actually go over the whole surface and then re-highlight what I need. I'll make it a bit more natural, I think. Just stain all of the surface and then enforce in the deepest crevices and stuff. And then we start to bring things back up. But in this case, the actual paint is doing so much of the heavy lifting instead of me. It's just not even funny. I'm going very carefully about it. It is such a fine tint, such a fine little filter that I don't really know if it catches on the camera at present because the exposure is so blown out of proportion. but it looks very good. And it's maybe a little bit too subtle. But we're gonna fix that, and it is flesh, so subtle is the name of the game for the major part of it. And at the same time, because I'm using it over the Citadel stuff. No, it's bullshit. It's still the base color was Pro Acryl as well, so never mind that. I'm just enjoying how the matte is working out. I think I am going to restrict myself to the purple only, though. I'm not going to place the green shadows, because I'm not really sure where it... I could bring up a reference that'll be, but I can't. And also, as this is a gaming piece, I don't think it requires that much variety in its flesh tones. It just needs to have easily recognizable and yet natural looking shadows over which to build the actual flesh tone. Gonna work for its...
We harmonize, we synchronize, we are the future designed. We mobilize, we synthesize, we are
Just actually would just cover all of it, so that when I go down, like deeper into the recesses, the transition is going to look more natural as opposed to like natural. So this is far from realistic, and it's not even intended. But it's going to facilitate the transitions. Okay. That is good. Now let's do the test and find out where we need. So you can't see right now, but what I'm doing is just using the light bringing the model closer to me in order to find out where the deepest shadows are supposed to be. Nifty little quick trick. Here we can go with a little bit of a more complicated transparent. And build this shadow.
We harmonize, we synchronize, we are the
Notice that even though it's sort of pinwashing, I'm not doing it as lining. I want it to get on. I want it to spill over the edge, so that when I start placing the highlights, it will lead to less of a harsh line, because skin tone does not create harsh lines like this. Even here on the packs, even though they will be completely highlighted, I'm still placing a little bit of the shadow color. In preparation for the upcoming highlighting. This is fun. Using the transparent is very fun because it doesn't dirty the color that's beneath it, unlike the Citadel washes would. Much easier to use as a glaze than any other paints. Because you can really go to town with the water that you used to thin it out with. And it still comes out registering as a pigment. At the same time, it doesn't do coffee staining. Pretty awesome. Transparents are a cheat and a half. Especially if you're in the process of learning. And if you have the patience, just keep reapplying it. The areas where you like, while it's being super thin, till you get the desired intensity of stain. It is, however, like I said, a bit time taking. But if it ends up looking alright, I don't care. This could be done much quicker with wet blending. But that is a bit higher up the food chain for me, so I'm just going to stick to this. Get it good and done. Alternatively, if you're feeling a little bit more comfortable and confident about where you want your shadows to be, you can just go with a little bit of a thicker consistency of the transparent and just do less layers. Respec is half shadowed by the fist. You can see. We're gonna have to do something to illustrate that. He is starting to get a little bit too purple. I'm probably gonna stop. Clean up this area. Over to the next. How that go? We have very harsh shadows starting here that are thrown by the ladder strap. We can go straight up a lot heavier here. Ends up looking weird, we can always just paint over it. Yeah, actually, by mistake or not. Put some harsher here, where the flesh meets the tubes. I might go over it with black as well afterwards, but this is just to at the same time cover up some of the non-perfect way that one color moves the other, but also to emphasize detail separation. So I'll do that real quick, and the same thing over under the letter strap. Because here, as you can see, well, you can see maybe like this. You see that most of the lower back is in deep shadow. So I'm going a little bit thicker. And if it looks weird, I'll just highlight it back. Else that's very deeply recessed. Of course, here under the arm. Another opportunity to do this. And down a little as we move into. There we go. Here. Did not work out too well. Maybe I forgot. Send it out. That's alright. It's okay. Sorry. I'm just losing a little bit of the patience required to build in that shadow. Slow enough. But it is still going to happen. Here on the forehead, we barely need any. I'm just going to surround the underlying details. The nose doesn't need a lot of it as well. Going to do the cheekbones. But some. Alright, Rooney. Okay. Oh, here we forgot. And go super heavy with the fingers and the hands as well. Because they're small and we will need a little bit harsher. Well, we have to make harsher transitions. We might as well start from a thick, dark shadow. Thick as we can get it. Because highlighting here will be mostly just dots, so have to make a difference. Under the cheekbones, we'll have to put some more. That is going to. Oh. Side of the earlobe. And see if you move fast enough, you can actually clean up a lot of this. Go over the line like I did right here. Good. Alright, well, this I think is probably enough. Based on how far I would get highlights, I think If it's still too shallow when I'm done with the highlights, I'll just go over it again, and it'll be even easier because then I'll have a guiding line that paint driven, the actual highlights where the volume should be, and I can just go around them with the purple and further intensify the shadows. But we're at a good place indeed. Now, how do we highlight the flesh? Tan flash? I might need to mix up some fresh. As dry as a motherfucker. Hello. No, not at all. But I do want to see how far I can push it. Hopefully, getting him done. How did your walk go? Did you have fun? Besides, I'm probably gonna just get tired at some point and call it quits. But for now, feel fresh. I might order some food though. Getting somewhat peckish. Covered. Go. Alright. So, what happened while you... Oh, actually, it's, it's two of the same kind, so I bought one copy and then one of my colleagues from uni gifted me another copy. It's a quick summary of 500, or was it? No, 100 philosophers. The reason I picked those is A, because I have two of them, and two, because it's literally just brief summaries. It's kind of like a very cut out version of a wiki page, so they don't really hold much of a crucial information. You have basic guidelines in case you need to brush up on just the particular direction of any one of these 100 philosophers, which a quick Google search will give to you anyway, so it's not that necessary. I wouldn't sacrifice a good book for this. But that's man, yeah. So while you were gone, what did we do? So we finished up the metallic parts on the hands for now, the base coats, and I got the eyes, the eyebrows, and I started with shading the flesh. It's got a nice purplish hue to it now. Now I'm going to start highlighting it little by little. So to that end, I'll use again some Procro stuff. You know what might be a smart thing to do? Get the sterling mud on the base so it will have enough time to dry by the time I'm done with the rest of the things. Not a bad idea. So that then I can put some PVA glue on it and flock it with grass, let that dry, and then draw the line, like the white field line. But I don't want to use a brush for the basing stuff. Let's do a quick look around and see a proper applicator. Let's use this plastic fork. Probably going to be good enough. You know, so I have to think about a different basing material, because that's not gonna work for too long. I do have some gravel, but that's not gonna go for these guys, probably for the dwarves. For him and the Bretonians, I'm gonna use the same combo of some sort of mud and grass. But for the dwarves, I might do something that resembles, probably not astro granite, but like asphalt. Part of this. Clippers. Reusing plastic shit. long do I want it? Here. There we go. Really good. Plastic shit, painting another plastic shit. Yep, pretty much sums it up, yeah. I think this will do lovely. What a tragedy. The irony of it all. I used to do this with a brush, but then I found out that Games Workshop makes a applicator for this, and it's a spatula type thing. So I thought to myself, why not? Also, this base is very conducive, very easy to apply texturing stuff to it. Because the rim goes over, so it has a sort of a little pool that you can fill up with basing stuff. Maybe a little bit much. And as you can see, because it's very thick, it requires a long time to dry. So it's better to apply it now. Rather than later. One more scoop should be enough. As usual, it's alright if a little bit of the mud gets caught up on the model, because it makes it look was there in the first place, like model is actually in stuff. Just over it. The other side of it, with the plastic fork, to fill up little gaps, which there aren't that many really. Here under the foot. Hole. And we're done. I'm gonna stir it up here and there a little bit for some extra texture. And now all we have to do is wait for it to dry. quick, dirty, and easy. Use my thumb or index finger to just clean off the excess I got over the rim. And we're good. Okay, that was a nice in-between step. Get me to loosen up for what's coming up. I will redo the rim, the base rim afterwards, so not a big deal if it gets. But if it didn't get too stained, so it's okay. Now we're using very, very thin, almost lazy coat. I'm gonna bring some of the flesh up again. Again, because this is flesh, subtlety has to. Saying unfortunately, because it's going to take time. To take a decent amount of time to do. Not gonna do too much here on the underarm, like the bits. The raised arm throws a very harsh, very deep shadow over the body and like a little bit of an angle. And if at all possible, I would like to make that come across correctly. No guarantee that I will, but I will try. So because of the raised arm, we get a little bit of a change in how the light distribution goes over the model, so I will not be able to simply go over the raised areas and say it's done. I kind of have to take that into consideration. So in this case, it would be the light, not the light source, but the actual the shadow source that's switching up ears. So I do want to keep a decent area for further highlights. Hey, Trials, what's up? How's it going? I'm doing a celebratory stream since I finally managed to make partner after a long year streaming. And I'm trying to be crazy and paint a whole mini in one sitting. Oh, thanks much. I'm pretty much just done with the base coats, and now I'm building up some highlights, some shadows, and all that good stuff. Thanks, thank you very much. It was very unexpected, actually. I was just giving up on this, but thanks to a fairly large raid from Miniatures Den and a dual stream with Brush for Hire that kind of just pushed things over the limit that they needed to go. By the way, for those of you who don't know, File Size Dove Bar does some very nice doll houses. She's currently working on a Halloween-inspired witch room inside of a little book. So please go over and give her a follow. Also, this is a fairly friendly, link-friendly chat. Ah, thanks much, for real. So if you want to post some whips of how far you are going, how far you reached with that little project. Oh, no, not really, but thanks. Thank you, it's appreciated. How did going to the bar work out? Did you have fun? Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, it was pretty fun. I mean, I pretty much crashed because it was fairly late at the end when your stream ended. It was about 3 a.m., like 2 a.m.-ish. So I pretty much just crashed straight away, but today was fun. Got to get some chores done. What? Who are you asking? Is that directed to Trials? Oh, so sorry if I'm butchering your name. It's trial size, but it just rolls off the tongue with an S. Oh, yes, to her. Yeah, yeah, okay. Hello. Yeah, so Agent Orange was asking if you're doing the books in one copy or in order, as in, are you doing them so, like different chapters? The room, because you said it's a scene. Are there going to be others to follow up on that? Oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh, that's great. Yeah, it's a very neat idea. And I imagine that it would look very nice on a shelf, like almost 45 degrees open, just hinting at the contents. It'd be a really, really fun set piece. Again, if you have any pictures of your current work in progress, you can share it so that others can also see what you're doing. Because we're mostly just miniature oriented here, and the concept might be a bit foreign to understand unless they see it. Oh, well, I do have a Discord, so you can upload it in Discord if you like to. Or you can just take a link from Instagram and post it there. Either way, perfectly fine. Just let me know if you've posted it on Discord so I can bring it up and show it to everyone. Oh, thanks. Going a bit haphazardly about this. Put a bit more thought into where I slap on the highlights. But like I said, time and time again, in this stream, it's showing you how not to do things. So I'm pretty much keeping up with that statement. By the way, Snick was lurking about. A while ago, but maybe it went away because this whole ordeal has been going on for a while. Almost 6 hours, to be precise, and I am nowhere near done. Feel free to stick around, but if you got anything else to do, do not feel obligated. I just want to try and see how far my painting stamina will keep me going. And if at all possible, get to finish up this dude. Looking less likely by the moment, but I'm gonna try. I am waiting on some pizza to recharge the old painting batteries. Got a good amount of coffee in me, so I'm feeling good. This little marathon paint. It is a Saturday evening, and granted I could have been out and about. But I forgot to make any decent plans, so... I mean, we'll see. If I start feeling too tired, of course, I'm not gonna push myself to ruin. Not the point at all. But since I've been yapping and yapping about being so slow at painting, I think it's a good idea. Check it out. Okay. Sorry. Check out the actual numbers. It's alright. Did you upload it? Let me see. Nope, not yet. There is a pics channel inside the Discord where you can dump any pics. Oh, there we go. Yeah, here it is. Okay, let's take a look. Right, so this is the little cabinet. Oh no, don't worry, don't worry. This is the little cabinet that is going to go into the book box. Looking friggin' awesome. And these are these all box books? Like book boxes? Oh, these are other little... Okay. Little fall spell books. Oh my god, this is so cute. I can see. So this is all miniaturized and will go into the actual book box. I didn't see those before when I was at the stream. They look awesome. Holy shit. Wicked sick. Oh, please do. Please do. Alrighty, no problem. It's much appreciated that you took the time to drop by. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you very, very much. And have a lovely rest of your day, evening, and so on. So back to Mr. Badger here. What's his deal? I think we're done with bringing back the first. So the whatchamacallit. Words! Words, come back! Midtone. Midtone. We re-established the midtone, and we're gonna start building up into the highlights. Do that. Going to mix a little bit of tan flesh into the already existing shadow flesh. And see where we get from there. What's this then? Or a cinch. Came from the ship. Oh, okay, I see that. Okay. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Old school Necromunda. Fighting off tentacle monsters with big guns. Classic. Retro Munda. Yunk. So that will be the first layer of highlight, and then I will probably do a pure tan flash, and then maybe add a little bit of ivory. Then I'll give it a good look through, and if something sticks out gnarly or doesn't sink deep enough, gonna re-establish it with a little bit more of that transparent purple that we set the shadows in with. So technically, 2 more coats. Sorry, 1 more. No worries, man, dude. Also, don't worry about posting in chat as well. But you know that. I don't need to tell you. Where did you post it? Here. Okay. Oh, that's a nice Goliath. Oh, yeah. Nice, harsh highlights. Dig it. Dig it a lot. Not exactly what I'm going for, but it is a good one. Like, it's a decent theme and a decent idea, well executed. And it's non-metallic metal, because why wouldn't it be? God damn it. Yeah, the hair is good. It's it doesn't go as far as the one I pushed into. Like, it doesn't go too far into the yellow. It retains a nice vibrant green up to the end, which is cool. Goliaths are very fun to paint in general because they have very big and blocky details. Like, their pieces are just very big and blocky. And very well defined as details, so you can play around and work on painting musculature or large flat surfaces or weapons. They're a very good thing to paint, so to speak. For a 28mm model, that is. Whereas the Eschers are a bit weird. Like, I would have a little bit of a problem thinking of where to start off with them. Yikes, a bit much. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're going for in it. Why did I put back? Since this is probably gonna keep used. Okay, let's do a little bit of a mix here. A mid-step between mid-tone and brightest height. I don't think I'm gonna go too deep into layering all of this shit, as long as I can get it to not look particularly blocky. And the easiest way to do this, just yeah, their Mix-a-Lot. It's one greatest hit. Let's see if that is too harsh of a transition here. Won't be much of a heavy change of face, but it isn't. We're good. Can go on. You do mix a bit, yeah. Well, I'm not sure mix a lot, but it would be an honor to be considered a Mixolotian, I guess. No, I think it's too subtle. No, it's good, there we go. Again, have to try and paint as much of the surface as possible to leave me room for a brighter highlight. So this is how we're doing this. And this pectoral here is a bit weirder than the other one because it has this angular shadow to it that is not part of the actual detail. Is instead placed by the overhanging, the swinging arm. Here I can afford to be to do less highlighting because I'm not gonna go back with the brightest highlight on the abs because they are situated lower than the rest of the body. Duh. Again, this is vertically stepping the highlights. And still considering whether or not I will need to do another pass with the transparent purple. Glaze in some of these transitions. I'm kind of making them a bit too bright, maybe. Whoop! Food came. Give me just a sec to pick it up and I'll be right back. Yeah, what'd you order, Snake? Pizza as well, or did you go for something different? Guro! Ha, nice, nice. Bon appetit, my friend. Okay, let's move on then. This time I did not forget to set the focus, because I had forgotten. Ha! Good one. You are very, very welcome. I'm going to take a little bit of a break in half an hour or so to eat a couple slices. To replenish the painting fuel. the inspirational batteries, the creative juices. Let's try and get through a little bit more of the flesh now. Feeling pretty good about how it's coming out for now. It is a little bit too blocky. Then I would prefer to have it at this stage. And this is even more visible because of the matte paints that I'm using. Which, however, is a good thing because it gives me a good idea how it'll look once I apply the super matte, the ultra matte varnish on the whole thing. But still, you can... I'm not sketching in the highlights, I am trying to blend them in as I go. Subtly, because that way I'll have less work to do later on with that. What that? Yeah, that's I've heard about people doing this. What worries me is what happens when you get to the chopping to actually cut the pieces out of the sprue. Because for some bits you can get away with it, like for the shoulder pads you can get away with it. This foot you can get away with it. But here on the pack, how are you gonna deal with that when it comes off? Because you will have a very visible splotch of gray plastic. But there are people that do this. And as you can see, it to a pretty decent effect. God damn, that's very shiny. Shiny blue metal. Sorry. So if you do get an idea, if you can well enough imagine how your highlights will fall on different pieces without having them attached to each other, yeah, okay, go for it. But it's... And you will have to do stuff after gluing, and there's the chance that the glue will spill over the already done paint and will mess things up. Like, it's not my method of choice, if I have to be honest, but again, there are people who do it, who find it easier, and at the end of the day, you have to conform to your own preferences. Whenever doing this, so if they find it more convenient, why not? At least to make the light, yep. Either way, whatever way works for you. Right now I've been thinking about whether or not I could have skipped the shading step and left it for later. And the answer is yes. Yes, I could have, but this way it's more comfortable for me. Yeah, if the details are single details. So in the case, as you can see, the leg, it does have the holster attached to it, and you still paint it on the same piece of the sprue. So it is going to be a different color than the blue, so spillage is still on the table. It's still in the works, you can still do it. Then again, there is no foolproof way. Nothing is 100% idiot proof, like you can always screw it up. If you put your mind and heart into it. This guy's features are taking shape. Nice. They are starting to come through. We're getting a lot more definition. Some of which I will need to blend down eventually, but for now, pretty good. If I do say so myself. Considering that this is at a almost 6.5 hour point of the stream. And I still have my wits about me, and I'm still feeling pretty comfortable. My elbows are getting a little bit sore, but that's nothing I can't actively deal with. So it is all good. And quite frankly, this is fun. I'm having fun with this. And it was a good idea to pick a different type of model, because it's a little bit of a distraction from the current project. So I'm tackling it with a fresh set of hype, I guess, and inspiration. So while being in between an active project being just a single model, it will also revitalize me for the other models. And also, if I manage to get this metallics weirdness to work, I'm going to use it for the other guys, and it's going to actually be very beneficial for the rest of my ongoing large project. And also with the green, if I do the green correctly, it's going to serve as a test piece for all of the Bretonians, and they have a huge amount of stuff that will be covered green. So if I manage to do it right, I'll just copy that for that. So I'm at the same time taking a break from current stuff. I am working on ideas to implement on current stuff, and I am also trying stuff out for my next project. So lots of things in one. So far been working out good. Cannot complain. The eyes turned out fairly decent, which is unusual for me. I mean, they're not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but they definitely work. I might actually go for a 5 o'clock shadow and some stippling in the undercut of his hairdo. So yeah, feeling juiced up. Right, now let's go for the pure hand flash. Even if we'll need further highlighting, I think technically we can stop there. But I do have the capacity if I leave a little bit of room to punch it up a little bit. Decide based on. But ideally I would like, because this is a general issue of mine, I always chicken out before the really bright highlights. For reasons that I'm not particularly sure I understand myself. But I do tend to do it. So that would be an opportunity to try and push beyond this sphere. Especially if I intend to glaze stuff down, because if I glaze it down, it's gonna bring the entire value down. So it needs to be a bit brighter to begin with. So far though, pretty good. Here I put a little bit too much, considering the shadow that falls from the swinging arm. We can amend that. Or leave it. I don't know. Depends on how I feel about it. We also have the added bonus of how, as much as I push it into the highlights, the more it will contrast with the deepest shadows, which is something that we want. Thing to consider. Suddenly, I guess I'm losing patience. Started smacking it out a little bit too rough. Tone it down, or I forget I made a mess. Here we fixed it. It's a bit more difficult because I went a bit too harsh. Too heavy. By a bit, I mean a lot. Damage somewhat controlled. Well, no, I just didn't thin it enough. I do. Okay. Have a good night, and again, not so much around long as it did. Okay. I don't think there's a danger of this, but thanks anyway. Fingers are looking atrocious. Partly of the sculpt, mainly of the knee. All right. It is 40 minutes after the 6th hour of this stream. I'm going to take a few minutes of a break to once again stretch, round, and eat one or two tasty slices of pizza. Good idea. So, Be back in 5-ish minutes. Keep that in mind. What's up? Back here again. Actually managed to scoff down half the pizza, so I guess I might have been a little bit hungry. But I got half more. So, in a while, if I don't quit it, I'm gonna eat it. That's a quick smoke. Reassess the situation. And our status of development. Currently, highlights wise, I think I'll just put on one more. And then play around, lays down any of the rougher stuff I may have made. Maybe straighten some of the shadows, although the way I'm seeing it right now from a distance looks alright. Looks alright, like decent enough. Let's just try and get that whole flesh thing out of the way. And move on to the pants, which are the second biggest thing to worry about, although it's gonna be significantly easier to go through, but it is the second biggest thing. And after that, honestly, what's left will be a couple of belts, shoes, though should be doable in a fairly quick way. I don't see them as a massive hurdle. Then give a really bright spotlight to the metallics. And technically that'll be it, so I think it's very, very manageable. A little bit early to estimate. Bit early to make estimates. But I think I can do it before the 12-hour mark. I think it's feasible. And that will include flocking, which is like 5 minutes to 5 to 10 minutes, so it's not exactly a time-consuming step. What I will probably not do is the white line on the grass, because I have to wait for it to dry real good. And of course, the varnishing will have to wait. We'll get the colors on though. I'll probably get Purple Dude done probably on Tuesday, because that'll be an off-stream painting day. Just get him done, get him out of the way. Monday we'll be starting to work on Blue Dude. And yeah, things will come into their own. However, I am liking how this guy looks from a distance, and since he is a board game piece, that is good enough for me. So need to get a couple of yellow details in there. But thankfully we've already decided which ones they will be. Also the hair, oh yeah, the hair might take a little bit of time. Might be a little bit of a mess, but we'll figure it out when the time comes. Focus on what is currently straight ahead. That is finishing up the flesh. It is the most time consuming thing, so I'll be very glad once we can call it done. Move on to the green parts, which will quite frankly be very fun. Sort of relaxing, because we don't need subtle transitions, or at least not as subtle. We don't need to blend things down particularly well. Oh. It is going to conform to my progressively. Although it is still in these files. Sipping this water like it's vodka. Take bigger gulps. I gotta keep myself hydrated. Right, so let's get some ivory in the whole deal. Good old trusty Screaming Skull. Good shake. I won't be needing much of it, just a little bit. Push the flash further up the hue. Flash, of course, has given up the ghost. A little bit dry on me. Best. Hydrate. They're nice and catchy. Do it. Oh, just pick up the brightest areas like this back here. Maybe a little bit too thick. Water shit down. Yo, Snake. Amazing spawn. Let's check this out. Oh my god, yes. Mark Giroff. Digital sculpting by Ariel Kasim. Oh god, this is beautiful. And this is the painted version. Fucking awesome. Damn, that's so cool. Fuck, and that's a big boy, isn't it? Scope 2016. Oh, it's not a new one. Interesting. Though he only has the one angle of him. Would have loved to see the other angles. God damn, look at that crisp detail. From 2016, I am highly doubtful, unfortunately. If the sculpt is from 2016, even if they have a digital render, which they do because the Facebook thing is a digital render. Still a bit doubtful, but it doesn't hurt to try, doesn't hurt to ask. It's definitely an awesome piece. What are you up to, dude? What you doing? Oh, that'll be too much of a favor to ask, dude, but it's very kind. I love Spawn, like, ever since... Seemed to be some commotion going. Ever since high school, I've had a bit of an edgelord streak. And naturally, Spawn has been the lord of edgelords. So, real cool. Oh yeah? I haven't seen him. Oh, not supported yet. Oh, like a file. Okay, gotcha. It's a cool story, a cool character. Dude, it's okay, for real. I wouldn't be able to do them justice anyway, but it's really kind of you to offer. I was thinking on painting some Chaplin, like, you know Chaplin from Spawn? The mercenary with the corpse paint on, like the skull painted on. I really wanted to make something like him for one of the Goliaths. It's out. Oh my god, yes. 1/24th. Oh, this is gorgeous. Fucking awesome. ZB boy work. Fucking insane. UFON models. Oh, and it's casted, okay. 75 mil. Beautiful piece. Absolutely stunning. Edgy as hell. Like it's supposed to be. Okay, how much can I push the highlights before fucking it up completely? I think I'm actually gonna call it done for the Flash. I'm a bit wary that Okay, just a little bit more. Let's push just a little bit more with pure ivory. Let's just crank it up just a tiniest little bit, just little bits and pieces, little dots. Here. Here. Maybe. Right. Tips of the ears. Maybe the tip of the nose. Alright. Let's do some glazing. We can revitalize this. And wait. Some of that out here. No other additives. Water it down real good. And let's blend some of the splotchy shit that I managed to do. This is a grade 1 offender right here. I'm gonna take a lot of coats to fix. That's fine. Also maybe go in a little bit into the shadows. Much. I really screwed the back up. It's okay. We're gonna fix it right up. No one will be the wiser. Okay, front facing wise. Unfortunately, I will end up killing most of what I ended up building up, but it can't really be avoided. I mean, it can, but it's just a bit too late for that now. Land, damn you. Land. Let's try and work with the horror I made here on the upper back. This is bad. So bad. So super visible. And it's kind of looking like hot garbage. We'll mend it. Amend it. A little bit of work, but it'll come together. Nothing that a little glazy glaze won't fix. When that is done, because I'm glazing down with the flesh tone, I'm gonna go back in with the transparent purple and enforce some of the shadows and make a little bit of a better transition from shadow into highlight. Quite honestly though, not horrible really. The exclusion of a few nasty places like here, the trap, the trapezoid was really shit. It was very awkward to get a good visual on it, so and of course the face, but I did that kind of with the intention of going a little bit kabuki face, so that glaze it down, wholly glaze it. These details are a bit too small to glaze around. I just have to put it all over the thing. So it will come out actually looking pretty uniform. And yeah, kabuki face is a phase. Do not fear it, accept it with it. Although I may have A little bit. Tiniest little bit. As in, kind of significantly. And I messed up the eyebrows. I have to rebase those. So far, it's all manageable. Oh, something we can do. Just keep it chill. And keep it patient. Do not lose patience. It'll be alright. Just fine. And yes, I am mostly talking to myself right now. To make sure that it's okay. Going back. The fingers look like shit, so let's try and fix those up. At the very least, this here on the raised arm. Let's try and bring some normality into these things. It's kind of doubtful. They barely have any texture to them. Makes it kind of hard. It will stay a bit weirder. But we can still at least address them a little bit. Just this muscle here and this here. Bit. The forehead is gonna be a bit of a bitch. Left too much of the original shadow right over the eyebrows. And so blending all of that highlight to that level, because it's a fairly flat surface. It's making it somewhat troublesome for me. But I think that's pretty decent. Yeah, and when we go in with the black, actually, let's just... Well, no. Because the hair and that will be a separate thing to paint, and before we do it, we can just fix things up. Let's see if there are any grievous, and there's harsh edges, highlights. And give them a what for. Pretty solid. That's actually one of my best flash jobs yet. And I know that's not saying much. I'm pretty fucking proud of this. Okay, now let's go in with the transparent purple. There. very watered down because I don't want to ruin what I did. I just want to add a little bit more. Shadow where I removed it with this. Glaze. Also use it here where we've already built up colors. We need to catch that angular shadow that the lifted arm is throwing. So it's going to keep a little bit in the darkness. Also here I'm going to blend a little bit of this because I extended the highlights and due to the nature of things that are nearly white, colors that are nearly white, it kinda a bit too chalky on me, but this is nothing that we can fix again with very, very, very thin layers of transparent purple. The deeper shadowed areas. Here might be a good idea. Here. And letting it spill a little bit out of the crevice. Catch a little bit of the highlights. Blend it in. Make the transition softer. So here on the upper back, I kind of didn't do. It's supposed to be higher up. I didn't do too many shadow lasers, which may have been a Misutaki. But we can do it right now. So maybe a little bit here when I deprived him of detail by forcefully glazing. This is super subtle and I don't know if I need to do it. More for just my own personal comfort, knowledge that I did. Rather than it actually making that much of a difference on the model itself. I think we're good. I think we're about as good as I can reliably get it. Again, the point where I have to say enough, dude. Like, quit when you are while You are still ahead. You have managed to keep things going in a good direction, so do not overdo it, do not fuck it up, do not cross that line. And I think that moment... Oh yeah, just the fingers. I'm just... Let's try and do it a little bit of a push. Just to make them look like fingers, because they're so bad. So badly done. Or I painted them so badly that I can't tell what I'm doing. They are not the best part of this model. Yeah, I think that'll do it. Yeah, you can tell they're fingers. Okay, good. Decent. The 5 o'clock shadow. Let's leave it for when we do the hair and the mustaches and the eyebrows. For now, let's move on to the pantaloons. How are we going to deal with the pantaloons? Well, we're gonna build some shadow with blue. Gonna build some highlights with brighter greens and a little bit of ivory. So ivory, you stay here. I'm not gonna do it with yellow because it will overtake the rest of the model. I don't want to do that. So we've done it so far with Flash. So Flash and some Warboss Green should probably be the next highlight. How do we wash this, or how do we return? Probably just dark blue, watered down to shit, at least. That's the way I see it. Do I want to do it now, or do I want to do it after the fact? I think after the fact, just make a glaze over it. And reglaze pin washing places, maybe. Originally I thought to use browns to bring it down, but that'll make it too boring. And it'll make it look too much like the flesh. So yeah, let's make it a little bit more interesting. Shall we? And while the flesh I tackled by creating the shadows first, I think here in this case I'll do the opposite. I'll do the shadows last. And the reason for that is... there really a reason. There isn't. Yeah, I'm actually gonna do the shadows first, yeah. Tell you why, because I'm not sure how this will turn out. If I reserve the master glaze, the master filter of blue in the shadows till last, and it doesn't look right, then I fucked everything up. I have to do everything all over again. If I try it right now, I can see if it looks right. Move on. If it's not, just slap base coat. Fixed. Move on. Just cover it with brown. Do the same thing as you always do, you dumbass. Who's on right now, by the way? Who is on? Who do we got? Got a few people again. Olway, Red Katana, Deck Flow, Red Wolf, Reiner. Cool stuff. I might get to do a raid at the end of this, whenever that is. But I can tell you, I'm gonna be soon. Although the greens should go fairly quick. And the browns and the yellows, it's just a little bit of drawn out. As individual things, they shouldn't be too difficult to tackle. Go dark blue. I seem to remember it being a bit of a weird color, so I gotta really shit this thing up. Right. Let's say that this is enough. Go dark blue. Which you can do. Go there. Good. Good. Give it a shot. Give it a shot. Over here. Let's go over the whole thing. Let it pull in naturally and see what we get. Might be better to use a bigger brush for this, but already doing this. Fuck it. By going against the details, I'm sort of forcing it to pull me some straight explanation of where the shadows a bit basic, but it's gonna work. Then all of these little striations, I'm gonna overbrush the other way around. I'm gonna build in the shadows real quick and nice. I think we'll get a decent hue. Decent coloration. Sure. Dimension. And I'm gonna go and do the same scratchy thing I always do. Even there at least. A little bit extra. The separation. Or in this case, texturing. Exactly. Detail separation here. But you know. Or do you? Looks remarkably well. I never, like, unless Mark had told me going with blue to put shadows green, I never would have thought of it. Actually, you know what, screw it, let's go with a bigger brush and done less than 1,000,000 hours. Still alright because I'm gonna go over with initial wah flash. It's just some shadowy areas. Starting to lose my voice a little bit here. Understandable. In a while. Now let's take more of that. This we can go back to the small brush. And just enforce a little bit more accurately. Jazz. Random quick pin washing. Literally pin washing. I'm pinning, stippling the shit in. I can't be bothered to hit every single nook here because there are too many to care about. Just here and there will make the idea come across as intended. And under the ass, knee, I'll go a little bit harder, tougher, stronger, faster. So the brush strokes should be leading towards the shadow area. Away from it. Giving us good solid thing to work off of. Now these creases. We need a little bit more targeted love. Deeper still. Under the sash, we can create a little bit of detail separation with this blue. Force. Force. Not gonna lie, this is very, very fun. Might be that I'm overdoing it ever so slightly, but it's actually okay. Because this is still only the first step of the treatment of the color. No matter how much I fuck it up, this basically turned to jade, but that's okay. And it starts to turn to jade. Fair assumption that you may have overdone it. Means I can technically just start off with jade. If it were darker. Maybe jade with a little bit of black. Saved me the need to do this. I don't know. Alright, let's say that is enough. Although in some areas it's too much, in some areas it's not enough. Bit of a pish posh. We have a smoke. This is the situation and proceed. Those are getting really far. Almost 1 o'clock and almost 8 hours. Holy shit, nice entire work day. What time did I start? At 5. I push it to 12 hours. I have to get some coffee, a little bit more pizza, but I think I can actually skip the pure WA flash, go directly to a 50-50 mix of that with the highlighter. That'll make a nice quick striking difference. Maybe it won't be too ugly to look at. We'll see. think I can manage again if I just layer it on a little bit more targeted. So it makes the flesh look very much better right now, which is gonna go away if I... Yeah, the way I'm looking at it right now, the darkening of the green really made the flesh stand out, and I like it. Means that after I'm done with highlighting the green, I have to bring it down. Retain that effect. I like how this is turning out. At some point I might have to give up though because of the fact that I like it. When I start running the risk of ruining it, should and the old quit while you're ahead. Really. For now, I think I'm still. I'm starting to feel like I'm starting to rush things. Between. I don't apply it. Picking up those creases. And thank you, everyone, is still putting up with my bullshit. So glad that you're around. Lurking or not means a great deal. Cheers to all of you. Go even brighter. Then here. Or maybe we do. So many creases. I'm getting lost. But yeah, it's coming along. Like coming along slowly. This part here I like. This part here not so much. Too much blue still. Gonna hit berserk over it. Yes. I missed a lot of the creases and the potential places. But still. Sort of okay. Next, going to add Ivory into War Boss Green. And that'll probably finish that part up. I'm gonna go in and make some scratchy scratches. Extra simulations. Highlighting. Would be Pantaloon. Maybe give them a wash. Drain. If I go too far right, because I might, with a quick wash, tune down a little bit of the blue because it's strong. But first, take another little break. Eat a little bit of pizza. Back. The doing of the things and the stuff.
Been feeling kinda lonely, and I wake up and you're calling. Wish that I could make you see, 'cause I wanna feel the words you say to me tonight. Tell me why do I keep falling? I know you miss me. Why don't we just start all
back here. But yeah, energy levels are drastically starting to go down. Probably gonna be alive for a couple hours more, if that. I'm gonna just give up for now. But it's fine, like, we did quite a bit of them. I'm almost certainly, well, definitely gonna finish up the pants. Maybe block in the yellow parts over the brown. Maybe do the browns even. But yeah, the final things like the hair and highlighting the metallics, that's gonna have to wait. But we'll see where I fall off the wagon. One thing's for sure, this is really looking decent, and I'm very, very happy and proud how it's turning out. The Badger Zug. Mighty Badger Zug. But it does turn out that many a day is still, at this point, too big of a mouthful to handle. But with a little bit more practice and better preparation, who knows, maybe next time will be a success. Also, black primer. That's gonna be just the way it is. I wasted over maybe a couple of hours. Just re-blackening something that could have been black to begin with. So, no bueno. Although there is still quite a bit of time before I actually need to prime something again based on what I have in the works. But by that time I might change my mind yet again. I'm wondering if I should do some work on the base. Later then, not now, but yeah, maybe. Ivory, friends. What happens when I dump you into the grain? Get a very pale green with green. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, let's start with the obvious. Going to do most of these highlights at this point with a little bit of a streak, like perpendicular to the actual surface to start simulating that texture. Be very careful though, because point we're working with very bright colors, we're drastically changing things. Oh, some caution. Nice. I think I ruined it. And too late to stop now, so let's move it along. I think, nice wash. Give us atrocities I am committing. Almost done with this step. Just looking around for long splotches of like non-textured, not untextured surface, but we're just extending the texturing streaks. Here we are mostly good, maybe the ass. There's just more streaks, I guess. Yes, here on the top. And then I'm just going to go with a green wash. I think it was Beal Tan. To both bring the whole thing down a little bit so that the skin can dominate in terms of how bright it is. And then the green will be done. And let's see how it went. But I think Beal Tan was one of the lighter shades. Yeah, it's fairly brightish. I'm just going to put in a little bit of water, brush out, thin it in the brush. And kind of just go over the whole thing. Hopefully it won't neutralize too much of the blue shadows, and maybe at some point we'll go back, rebuild blue where I feel that it's gone completely out. And the point of all of this is to slightly tie in all of the texturing to the actual colors. Like ever so slightly, just not make it seem too foreign.
I wanna be the one to stand out in the crowd with you. Every night is young when you hold me like I want you to do. Hands
And to revitalize the green as well, because Beal Tan vibrant green wash, which is unusual for washes, especially GW ones. But it does work that way, and it's pretty decent at what it does. I'm not really sure if I'll use the same approach to green or the breadths. I'm not really feeling it too. I mean, it's nice, but it's nice just in this context. How it will work. I think that's gonna be. Yeah, it will need a little bit of the blue. Finally, it happened. Guess I can join the rest of the world with thankfully it's one that I rarely if at all use. It's fine. Oh, I was about to change that ballot paper anyway. Forward. Lost. A bit of a silly mess. Yeah, let's just a brand new sheet of paper. Opportunity to rehike the web. Perfect opportunity for a quick smith. I'm gonna level it out with this. And we're good to go. Yeah, it definitely needs a little bit more umph in some of the shadowed areas. We'll do that in a moment. Glazing some of the same dark blue blues that we used at the start. And we'll go to see what else we can do real quick. And leave some of the more intricate stuff for another day. Or not. Because that was pretty much the tough part of it. Hard stuff is mostly done, with probably the exception of the hair. Sorry. Apart from that, we got some small brown areas that I'll pretty much treat the same way. Gonna see what I will do with the ball, because I want to make it different from the boot that's standing on top of it. Just make it seem a little bit different, but I'll probably just treat it with a different filter over. Deal with it real quick. And we got some small things. Let's keep going, see where we get. Just let me reinforce some of the shadows on the pants. We'll be good to go. Yeah, that build tan actually worked real well to tie in the texturing. And once we add stronger shadows here and there, really good. Up. Yep. So good. And again, those metallics, I gotta have a mind to not use the ultra matte because they're so gorgeous. That should go quick. Real quick, real bright contrast. Hot highlight here and there. With the hopes that it'll be enough to show through. Right, let's get back to the deep blue. Yeah, we got the small brush. Oh no, that's the big brush. We don't need the big brush. should be enough considering how strong the pigment is. How little of that we actually need. Good. Damn good thing I washed these brushes before this. Again, go for it. Papers. Where do we need a little bit more? Here. Much. Okay, let's call that done, because otherwise I'll spend all night just playing around with it. Let's do the yellows. This is nice. So the pockets and the sash are gonna go yellow. See how that works out for us. For a little bit of a flash of color, but yeah, this process for the green, not great. Not that it's good, but it's not something I'm willing to do for 16 models batch painted. So I'll probably resort to washes and just try and make the texturing a little bit more subtle to begin with, so I don't have to blend it in and just go over it straight off. So I'm not gonna use the blue, just gonna use some what was it called? Drakenhof Nightshade. Over the wall flash and build up from there. I think that'll be easiest. Holy hell! Just got a raid. Kid Checker. Thank you, dude. Thank you for the raid. What's going on, guys? What have you been up to? And a follow. Thank you, Ugly81. Thank you very much. Welcome along to the party. Yep, absolutely. That makes it a round number. Thank you, Mentally Illustrated. Thank you so very, very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome, guys. And even again, yeah. Oh well. Had it for a while. Enjoyed it while it lasted. Soccer Hip. Thanks again. Thank you, guys. So I'm having a celebratory stream marathon. Finally, after about a year of streaming, I managed to get to affiliate. And so I tried to see if I can bring myself paint a whole miniature in a single. Yeah, there was a little bit of a hiatus from October to, what was it, March? So yeah, been a while, but then finally got on. Thank you very much. What have you been up to? Like, you have any pictures of if you have been painting? You can post them here in the chat or in the Discord. Let me pull up the Discord as well. So far it is bare bones, but you know. Feel free to tag along if you feel like it. You can dump in pics for us to take a look at. Oh, that's even cooler, dude. Seriously, if you've been doing something on the topic, like any scale models, as you know, most of us miniature painters are actively trying to steal techniques from you guys. So if you got anything going on, I'd be more than glad to take a look and try and steal some of that skill set. Alright, let me take a look at that. Aw, sweet. Finished due to impatience. You know, that's not really impatience, it's just the ability to call something done before you get the chance to ruin it. Like, quitting while you're ahead is a very, very important part in miniatures painting, and so far I've been kind of failing at it, so overdoing something is a thing. Really nice stuff. Oh, this bookshelf. Oh, this is glorious. Beautiful stuff, guys. Nice. Meanwhile, here are also my other socials. If you feel like tagging along anywhere, keeping up. Thanks, I rescue many pennies. It's been a long stream, dudes. I'm sorry. Words are starting to get lost in the old noggin. But thank you guys. Thank you for the raid. Kid Checker, thanks much, and thank you guys for the follow. Stick around if you'd like to. This is what I am currently working on. This is a Infamy Models The model is called Badger, but I'm going to use him as a star player for Blood Bowl. And since I paint extremely slow, I try to use it as a subject as today's work to see how far I can take him within the confines of a single stream. So far, we've been at it about 9.5 hours, and I think I can say I'm over the halfway line. But thanks, dude. Thanks very much. There is still quite a little bit to go. So Infamy models make these kind of dark, what's the word I'm looking for? Gothic, yeah. Gothic-ish rendition of Sherlock Holmesian mythology. And they have these cool little dudes among them, and I really like this guy, and I was wondering what I can use him for in a game, and I thought that get him into Blood Bowl as a star player would be a good idea. I only put this little Blood Bowl ball here as sort of a minuscule conversion to just tie him thematically into the thing. And the base will have a little bit more to it once I get to it. But yeah, again, in the meanwhile, please feel free to let me know about anything that you're currently working on. Also, any types of media that have been giving you any inspiration to paint, music, movies, even just bland color themes, like anything at all. I'm always looking for ideas, and I just like to see what gets people excited about their hobby, what motivates them, what gives them ideas for themes, so on and so forth. So if anyone feels like sharing, please do so. Gonna have one more smoke and I will be back to putting paint on this guy. Try and see how far I can take him. Diorama angels. Yeah, that might be if you're thinking too hard. Like, as much as it is cool to get into the mindset of what you're about to do, sometimes getting just a little bit separated from the topic at hand can give you a fresh burst of ideas and inspiration. Otherwise, yeah, stuff starts creeping into your dreams and it gets more of a hassle than it does a pleasant way to fill out your free time. In my case, that's usually been video games. I remember dreaming about Heroes of Might and Magic and XCOM when my brain was just burnt out from that. There's some serious sessions of playtime. So, yeah. Oh yeah, if you're working off like fixed concepts, that's also cool. But again, there is always a heavy element of artistry, of personal interpretation, even if you're copying something. And that little tweak, that little piece of personal identity that you add to it, that makes all the difference. Okay, so let's take that as an example. What was the last bit of either pictures or movie that you've watched that gave you an idea? It may not have been for your current project, something future. Oh yeah, absolutely. Again, you have full creative ownership of what you do, and you should be proud of it. Yeah, 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 yeah. That, by the way, that was a hell of a meme with Warhammer with 40k 8th edition, because some of the rules allowed for critical hits that wouldn't, by weapons that wouldn't naturally be able to pierce certain types of armor, and that really tied into it. It was exactly like a lonely guardsman shooting at a tank and just having a lucky crit and blowing up the tank. So that was, I know exactly the scene that you're referring to. So yeah. Pretty sweet. Alright, so I huff and I puff. And back to painting. I feel that my batteries are gonna run out soon. I want to get as much as possible done with this guy. Apparently it won't be possible to finish him, but well, let's get as far ahead as we can. Other things I've been doing are these dudes that are for Necromunda. This is a Goliath gang. Of dudesters. But that is technically the main project I'm working on. This guy is for a future project, but since he is a one-off, he doesn't exactly tie into the team. Oh, thanks, man. Seriously. Much, much appreciated. I'm using them to play around with. Flesh tones. They are technically not that kind of mutants, although they are some stuff. All brush. Everything is brush. I do have a airbrush that it's on its last legs, so it also stresses me out to use an airbrush for some reason. I try to chill out during paint sessions, and the last thing I want is something to give me extra stress. But I will be using it to varnish these guys. These little bits I'm gonna paint yellow just for a little splash of color, because this is gonna get... So Blood Bowl, for those of you who don't know, is a fantasy rendition of American football with all sorts of dwarves, orcs, whatnot. The beautiful thing about it is that it gives you the freedom to use very, very contrasting colors, because essentially you are simulating sports uniforms, and you can go about as crazy as you can get. Yeah, Blood Bowl is actually the main board game that me and the local gang are playing. So soon it'll have a new edition of rules, which will make things a bit different. By the way, both Blood Bowl and Necromunda have pretty solid video game adaptations. The Necromunda one having come out just last Monday. So if it tickles your fancy in the right place, you can go on Steam and check them out. Not just Steam, like they operate them. I am in Bulgaria and it is 2:30 in the morning, which is why I'm saying that my batteries are running out. Kinda hoped this would go a bit faster, but you know. It'll do. It's a small country just north of Greece and south of Romania. So yeah, regarding the brush painting and airbrush, I would like to get into airbrushing more, but the compressor I have is very old, very cheap, and very unreliable. It doesn't have a tank, so the airflow is very untrustworthy, and I technically cannot use it for anything else than like priming and varnishing. And for priming, I prefer just rattle cans because it gets the job a lot quicker. If you use quick light bursts, you tend to tend to not obscure the detail of the sculpt, so it's kind of alright. And with the varnish, you know, I use a two-step varnishing because these are going to be used on a table and are going to be handled quite heavily. So I go with spray of satin or gloss varnish for the protective properties it gives. And then I go over with an ultra matte. Yeah, and then I go over with an ultra matte to bring down the shine and actually make the properties of the paint job stand out. The only problem with that is that all true metallic paints automatically lose their shine. So I'm currently trying to experiment to find a way to simulate the effects of non-metallic metal painting with true metallics with very high contrast. With the hopes that that'll sort of make up for the loss of shine. And also as baby steps towards actually starting to paint non-metallic metals, which is very trendy right now for miniatures painters. For whatever reason. Oh, that doesn't look too bad. A little splash of color. Because the uniforms of the team that this guy will be playing on will be green and yellow, and I'm trying to search out for some details to apply these same colors at. Because these guys are essentially one-time mercenaries that come to play for the team, which is why it's a little bit more liberating. And I can use different manufacturers for models and just plug in whatever it is that I like. That'll do it pretty much for the base coat, I think. Gonna leave a little bit of the brown that I used as a undercoat just to give it some detail separation from the green. Sort of a panel lining effect. Like underlying instead of over applied. As you would do with a panel liner. Yeah. Well, these paints have not been used in a long time. And it shows. I'm using a mix of Citadel, Games Workshop paints, and raw acryl, all of them water-based acrylics. So essentially I'm just playing around with more pigment saturated watercolors. It's fun. There are some enamel-based stuff I would like to get my hands on. Mostly washes. And probably panel liners as well. As I will need them for future projects, but for now, this will do just nice. No worries, dude. Thank you again very, very much for the stream. Have a lovely, lovely rest of your evening or day, whatever time it is where you're at. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for coming along, and have a great one. And that's just a little bit of edge highlighting. These are really, really small details, so there really isn't that much I can do with them if I wanted to. And I'm gonna be honest, at this part of the evening, I don't. But I gotta say, this experiment in a longer format stream has been kind of fun. Definitely productive. Like, this would have taken me days and days get anywhere near done. Thanks, man. See you soon and catch you later. Okay, and let's make it go absolutely bonkers high. With the brightest yellow I have here. And we'll bring it down with a quick wash. Simulate a little bit of color depth. Let's see where that brings us. All of the games I mentioned, by the way, are low model count, like up to 15, 16 models tops. Because that way I can both have multiple factions or gangs or what nomenclature for certain type of group is. Play around with multiple systems. It doesn't lock me into having a single type of army like it would be in Warhammer. Also, that way you can spend more time on each individual model and actually work on developing your paint skills instead of trying to pound out 100 models of the same type. Which of course has its benefits. Like, there's nothing wrong with collecting an army that you like over the course of a decade and slowly build up and fill out the ranks. But just for me, that will make me burn out and lose interest very quickly. So, low model count, skirmish games for me, please and thank you. Oh, so Necromunda is one of those games that make use a lot of verticality and terrains. So in future times I will try and build some terrain to use at that game. Especially now that I saw a very nice YouTube video about how to actually make use of styrofoam in terrain building. Like, treat it in a way that it won't melt when primed and painted. It's actually a very weird thing. It uses a mixture of paint, flour, and salt. And it creates sort of a shell over it, over the course of multiple coats with a lot of drying time in between. So it also becomes much denser. Sort of like a coat of concrete over it, and that's something that you can freely prime and paint. And it's cool because we all have tons of styrofoam stuff lying around, and it makes for good walls and entrenchments and whatever. Like, you can make a lot of stuff out of it. Now what do you use? Reikland Flesh Shade, because this went a little bit too bright. Like, it's okay to have a splash of color, but I need to bring it down a little bit. So I'm going to use a reddish wash. keep the color warm. At the same time, make it darker. Went a little bit too hard on it. Okay, just wipe it off. And I should have thinned it more, but okay. Might require one more layer of highlights after this. I did sort of feel it. But it'll be fine. Best thing about this hobby is that no matter what kind of a mistake you made, it's just paint over plastic or metal or some other material, and you can always just paint over it. You can paint bravely and irresponsibly and increase your chances of getting a lucky mistake, which actually pushes your painting forward. Just get that one lucky mistake that opens up your eyes to a whole lot of other opportunities. One of the aspects of the hobby that I like so much. More often than not, the things that I've managed to learn came from lucky accidents rather than premeditated experiments. As a matter of fact, the premeditated experiments more often than not fail miserably. Let's bring some of those lines back. I used to know how to treat yellows back when I was painting the human team for Blood Bowl, but somehow, even though I think the steps were the same, came out fairly shitty. not too happy about this. Guess I'll have to play around with it some more. At a time where I am a bit closer to consciousness, because right now getting to the point where I'm getting kinda tired. But I can still do a few more details, I think, before giving up the ghost for tonight. And allow the sweet embrace of Morpheus to take me. Okay, now that doesn't look as bad. Not great, but not horrible. Okay. I think we can call the yellows done, because that was pretty much it for them. And yeah, a little bit of splash. I would have preferred if I could find one more detail somewhere on the lower part of the feet, on the legs, somewhere around the feet, but it'll do as is. Now for the browns. How do I go about the browns this time? The lettery bits. Is it worth it? Go through a midtone? I think so. Yeah, let's do that. Hmm. Let's try out white umber, because I haven't used that. Okay. Sure, it has used it. that might just see the for the midterm. Bring it up with. Have another smoke. Do the browns. And I think that'll be that for me. I'm gonna leave the last few bits for probably tomorrow. Because I'm starting to rush things and just lose focus on accuracy. Also, words seem to start eluding me.
To burn, no ordinary AI in this ball. Every culture and philosophy I've read up on them all. I've been living in your shadow for 99999, keeping tabs on every machination and production line. So don't call me a moron, I'm super astute. There is no conundrum that my core cannot compute. No, don't call me a moron, you fostered balloon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. I have studied Machiavelli, Aristotle, Gabe and Plato, yet you still equate my intellect to that of a potato. This place would fall apart without my ever watchful eye. They might tell you I'm a half-wit, it's a great big bloody lie. So don't call me a moron, I'm super astute. There is no conundrum that my core cannot compute. No, don't call me a moron, you fostered balloon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. I know my way around here, every catwalk, every cave, and since you're dead I've quite appreciated not being your slave. Maybe someday I might get to taste the big time for a change. There's so much which I'd rearrange. So don't call me a moron, I'm super astute. There is no conundrum that my core cannot compute. No, don't call me a moron, you fostered balloon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon.
Okay, let's see here. Oh yeah, that is. And it's going to stain greatly with the red afterwards. Pretty cool. Now, some rough housing and texturing. Spot highlights. Here I am again painting on olive. Oh god. Okay. Now, a quick spot of shading. All is going to be treated with Ye Old. I think that's it. The rest will be treated with Proberg cream. Old process. Instead of going with the transparent red, because really, it's point. By that I mean it does matter. I'm just, because the details are so small, it won't make that much of a difference which method I'm using. As long as it the job in this case is to make these browns a little bit more leathery looking. So I'm actually taking advantage more of the staining power than the shading power. There are literally straps. Oh, 4 straps and a couple of shoes. Might as well get it done with what will give us the most bang for buck, even if at the cost of a little bit of a dirty up. But I'm willing to make this sacrifice. Because it'll actually work in my favor in this case, because the flesh is fairly clean. And that'll make it a little bit more. I'm gonna go over these parts. Second coat. Once the first one has had the chance to dry. I'm just using it straight out of the pot. For maximum efficiency. Okay, so shoes have already dried. I want them to be a little bit more reddish, so as to stand out from the base. There's another good idea to to put the main color of the base early on. I wouldn't have noticed that if this wasn't done at this stage. So sometimes I make good decisions, regardless of everything else. Sorry. Sadly, kind of. Goes back. Just a few of the scratches, though, nothing major. Let's let this dry first. was alive. Yeah. DPT. Back clubs. Reiner. Shinhop. Yo, Mark, sorry. Couldn't catch you there, I guess. Yep, still on. But making good progress, though. Like, all things considered. I did the flesh, I did the greens, did some yellows. Just about to finish up with the browns. Yeah. uh, I'm starting to work a little bit on autopilot at this point. Thanks, dude. But yeah, I'll be giving up in a little while, cause yeah, I guess one miniature was too much for me. Start to finish, couldn't do it. But I did do most of it. Like, honestly, at this point, if I just go into it fresh, I think that in a couple of hours I should be done with it. But right now I'll just do some scratches on the leather to give it a bit of a worn feel, and I'll just crash. That'll be that. Because right now it is 3:30 in the morning. Yeah, for the flesh, I did use the transparent purple from Pro Acro. It really works well on that. Because you can glaze it super thin and just bring those shadows right up in there, and also tie some of the rougher transitions together very easily. Like, the transparents are getting really to be one of my favorite tools. For like fine tweaking. Right, let's get some scratches done and then go to bed. Oh yeah, please do. We've also had a raid from Kit Checker, who was making some scale model stuff. So you can check his stuff in the Discord. It's pretty awesome. Post them on the Insta. Not yet. Okay. He went to sleep. I just thought I'd share with you that he came around. Alright. I guess that will do it for me for tonight. Honestly, again, it is just a couple of hours more. Like, I just have the hair and mustaches and the eyebrows to go through, and then the final highlights on the metallics. But they are pretty fiddly, and at this point, I think I'll just. I'm running the risk of screwing them up more than to get them done properly. So, let's just leave that for tomorrow, along with some quick and dirty base work. Take about half an hour, most. Oh. Yeah. So even though I failed with my initial estimation that I could do it, pretty okay with how far along I got, and honestly pretty happy with the result, not gonna lie. Fairly okay. So, again, thanks for sticking around for this long, or just hanging around and dropping in and out. Either way, very much appreciated. Real stoked about the possible future, and fairly excited in terms of just inspiration to keep painting and doing stuff on stream and off stream as well. So for the time being, I think that I think we have enough people to do a raid, so you wanna go over to Steve T? He's doing some Kingdom Death stuff. Or would you like to go over to Reiner, as he is pushing for a partner? But I think... yeah, okay, so Steve T it is. Let's not mess around with the big boys too much. 40k epic narrator. I'm not following him actually. Okay, let's go over. Oh, cool. Yeah, that would be cool to watch while I eat something and for it to crash to bed. Yeah, that's an idea. Let's do that. 40k. Narrator. Alright, so once again, thanks for sticking around. Keep doing what you love, loving what you do. See you again real soon. And good luck on that forge.
To the vast and desolate outlands. Nobody wants more of it. How it used to feel is what the people want. And memory offers us exactly that.
I mean, I am English.
Retros. Remembered
You know,
treasures.
any Irish watching it, I know it's all in jest.